Chapter 745. Another battle, what a terrifying Qin Yen. Murongzhan was originally ranked second on the Green Emperor leaderboard, but he couldn't even last a single move. Everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Qin Yen was shrouded in a giant green dragon, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although Qin Yen was extremely mysterious and his strength was not to be underestimated, Murongzhan was still ranked second on the Green Emperor leaderboard. If he couldn't even last a single move from Qin Yen, then Qin Yen was just too terrifying. The gazes of the other geniuses below the stage narrowed as they looked at the green eyes below the green dragon with wary expressions. Qin Yen probably already had the strength to compete with Huangfu Wudao. After all, Murongzhan was defeated in a single move. This already proved Qin Yan's strength. The fourth round, Qin Yen wins. Emperor Qing slowly announced the result. His eyes were calm as he looked at Qin Yen. He could see Qin Yan's strength at a glance. He should be at the late stage of the ninth wheel emperor realm. There was still a small gap between him and Huangfu Wudao. However, if Qin Yan's dragon soul and the green dragon secret art were combined, then he probably had the strength to fight with Huangfu Wudao. From beginning to end, Qin Yen was extremely calm. With a wave of his right hand, the giant green dragon entered his body and disappeared. Then, he calmly jumped off the arena. As for Murongzhan, he was brought back by the Murong family to treat his injuries. As for the Murong family head, his expression wasn't any better. After all, Murongzhan had actually lost the battle for the top 5, which meant that he had lost the opportunity to enter the Fine Gods Academy. The two of you are left. You should be holding the 5th lot. After Qin Yen came down, Emperor Qing's eyes fell on Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao. 4 of the top 5 on the Green Emperor leaderboard had already been decided. The last spot would naturally be decided between Huangfu Wudao and Zhuowen. Whoosh! Huangfu Wuji was the first to leap onto the arena stage. He looked down at Zhuowen from high above and coldly shouted, "Zhuowen, why haven't you rolled onto the stage and died yet?" His voice was like thunder. It was as if 5 bolts of lightning had struck the heavens and earth. It was terrifying and terrifying. Humph! Huangfu Wudao, you don't need to make such a big fuss even if you want to die, right? I won't let you die a horrible death later. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. With a single step, he also leapt onto the stage. As he stared at Huangfu Wuji, a cold light surged in his eyes, as if they were 10,000 years old ice. Ever since Zhuowen had won the gambling match at the intoxicating spring pavilion, Huangfu Wuji had been targeting him at every turn. This sort of behavior had already caused Zhuowen to feel a chill in his heart. This time, the grudges between the two of them would be thoroughly settled in this match. The second prince and this Zhuowen are going to fight. Looks like there will be a good show to watch. Yeah. When the two of them were fighting in the Drunken Spring Pavilion, they were already in conflict. At that time, Zhuowen's cultivation was far inferior to the second prince's. However, Zhuowen's cultivation has already reached the peak of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. His cultivation is no weaker than the second prince's. This Zhuowen's talent is truly terrifying. To think that he would advance so quickly. He has already caught up to the second prince. I wonder who will win in this match. Looking at the two people facing each other on the stage, the crowd in the square burst into an uproar. News of the conflict between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wuji had already spread throughout the imperial city. So now that the two of them were facing off in the top 5, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. They were all looking forward to seeing who would have the last laugh in this match. Little bastard! Today, I will ruthlessly trample you beneath my feet and ruthlessly ravage you. Huangfu Wuji fiercely stepped forwards. A terrifying aura constantly swept out from his body. An endless wind howled around him, faintly seeming as if it would collapse the surrounding space. The aura of the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm. This Huangfu Wuji really did make a breakthrough in 3 months. Looking at the terrifying aura erupting from Huang Fu Wuji's body, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. A trace of surprise appeared in his heart. No wonder Huang Fu Wuji had been so confident after seeing him kill Feng Yong. It seemed that it was because he had made a breakthrough. The moment Huang Fu Wuji released his aura, everyone in the square also revealed looks of surprise. They never thought that Huang Fu Wuji would also be an 8-wheel Emperor Realm martial artist. The second prince has made a breakthrough. It looks like this Zhuowen is in for some bad luck. Originally, many people were very optimistic about Zhuowen, but now that they saw Huang Fu Wuji reveal the aura of the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor Realm, they began to doubt him. If Huang Fu Wuji hadn't made a breakthrough, then perhaps he would have been inferior to Zhuowen. But now that he had made a breakthrough, and the armor skills that Huang Fu Wuji cultivated were all personally taught by the Azure Emperor, they were much stronger than normal. Thus, Huang Fu Wuji was generally much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. Now that he had reached the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor Realm, his strength would definitely surpass an ordinary 8-wheel Emperor's early-stage martial artist. Huang Fu Wuji enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone around him. He raised his head and looked down at Zhuowen, as if Zhuowen was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. "Zhuowen, do you still want to fight me?" Huang Fu Wuji smiled with satisfaction. After revealing the aura of the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor Realm, Huang Fu Wuji's confidence had swelled to the extreme. He no longer placed Zhuowen in his eyes. "Idiot!" Zhuowen looked at Huang Fu Wuji as if he were looking at an idiot. After Huang Fu Wuji had broken through to the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor Realm, his confidence had exploded to the point that it left Zhuowen speechless. "Humph! Your fangs are still as sharp as ever." Huang Fu Wuji's face twitched. With a cold snort, his entire body turned into an unfathomable shadow, disappearing from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Zhuowen. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 purple blades of energy shot out from Huang Fu Wuji's palms. They were dozens of feet long and had an intense sharpness to them, as if they could even cut through the surrounding space. Zhuowen licked his lips. Unknowingly, a 10-foot-long bone spear appeared in his right palm. As he looked at Huang Fu Wuji flying towards him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. In the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen had been chased to the ends of the earth by Huang Fu Wuji. Even now, that scene was still vivid in his mind. How could he, Zhuowen, not take revenge? Pung! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided. Countless sparks flew out as if they were 2 phantoms. The two of them rapidly moved across the arena, colliding, separating, and then colliding again. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two of them were both forced back dozens of steps. Zhuowen stared at Huang Fu Wuji and mockingly said, "Respected second prince, didn't you say that you wanted me to die? We've already fought for so many rounds, but I'm still standing here perfectly fine." Huang Fu Wuji narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. "You brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You will regret your words soon." As Huang Fu Wuji spoke, he rushed forwards once more. The purple blades in his hands crazily grew, becoming thousands of feet long. In the air, they were like 2 massive purple mountain peaks. Extreme purple annihilation. With a low shout, the 2 massive purple blades that Huang Fu Wuji had created rumbled downwards, rushing towards Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen still remembered this extreme purple annihilation. When Huang Fu Wuji was at the peak of the ultimate Emperor Realm, it was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had reached the ultimate Emperor Realm, the might of this attack would be even more terrifying. Thus, Zhuowen didn't plan on facing it head-on. The seals in his hands changed and 3 pairs of thunder wings sprouted from Zhuowen's back. With a stamp of his feet, he turned into a shadow of thunder, wanting to escape from the range of the extreme purple annihilation. "I want to see where you're going to run, Purple Eye." As Huang Fu Wuji saw that Zhuowen wanted to escape, he angrily shouted out. Originally, it was because Zhuowen had 3 pairs of strange thunder wings that Huangfu Wuji had been unable to catch up to him. Thus, Huangfu Wuji hated it when Zhuowen tried to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A pair of purple eyes descended from the void. Suddenly, the space around Huangfu Wuji began to collapse. Zhuowen just happened to be in this collapsing area. With no other choice, Zhuowen could only return. Within the range of the purple eyes, Zhuowen truly found it difficult to escape. He could only passively endure the approaching extreme purple annihilation. With a flick of his right hand's fingers, the bone spear began to rapidly revolve. A blue energy swept out from the bone spear, with Zhuowen as the center. It formed a domain of countless spear shadows. Zhuowen had used his spear intent. Bang! 2 massive purple blades chopped down, crashing into the spear shadow domain. Suddenly, countless explosions occurred. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, and even space itself seemed as if it would completely collapse. However, the 2 purple blades finally stopped above the spear shadow domain, and did not break through it. Humph! This boy's spear intent has improved again. Looking at the spear shadow domain that blocked the purple blades, Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank. He stepped into the void and waved his right hand. Another purple blade appeared in his hand, forming a similarly massive purple blade. I want to see whether or not your spear intent can block my 3rd blade. With a sneer, Huangfu Wuji threw out the 3rd blade in his hand. The massive purple blade turned into a monstrous purple light in the air, and fiercely smashed into the spear intent domain below. Gotcha! A clear sound rang out, and the spear shadow domain was immediately broken. The 3 purple blades swept down towards Zhuowen's figure, their momentum vast and mighty. Zhuowen, with 3 purple blades attacking at the same time, you're dead. Huangfu Wuji smiled with satisfaction. If Zhuowen's spear intent domain was broken, then there was nothing else that could block his purple blades. In his opinion, the current Zhuowen could only wait for death. Pung pung pung. The 3 purple blades blasted out, smashing into the martial stage below. Endless sounds of destruction rang out, and the entire martial stage was riddled with holes. Smoke filled the air. Huangfu Wuji's smile became even wider, and he even began to laugh. He knew that Zhuowen was finished. Everyone around the square shook their heads and sighed. They could also feel the terror of Huangfu Wuji's 3 purple blades. Zhuowen's spear intent domain had been broken, and now that he had been struck, his chances of survival were simply too low. Your Highness the 2nd Prince, don't you think that when you laugh, you look like an idiot? As Huangfu Wuji was laughing with satisfaction, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the martial stage below. In the thick layer of dust, a figure slowly stepped out, looking at Huangfu Wuji with eyes full of mockery. Chapter 746. Smoothly promoted on the arena stage, Zhuowen slowly walked out, the cold light of the infinite sword array surrounding him. Ever since Zhuowen's soul force had broken through to the 5th grade Great Circle, Zhuowen was able to display the full power of the infinite sword array. Even if he casually used a single move, the power he displayed was much greater than before. The defense formed by the sword array was also much stronger than before. Huangfu Wuji frowned. He naturally recognized the infinite sword array that surrounded Zhuowen. It was a 5th grade origin array. Back in the peach blossom origin diagram, when he was pursuing Zhuowen, Zhuowen had used the infinitesimal sword formation to block him. However, what puzzled him was that the infinitesimal sword formation back then shouldn't have been so strong. When he had used the extreme purple annihilation, he had been able to break through the infinite sword array's defense. At that time, he had not yet broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Now that he had broken through, the extreme purple annihilation was even more terrifying. Even so, it had been easily blocked by the infinite sword array. The power of the infinite sword array has increased? Huangfu Wuji frowned as he muttered to himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhuowen stamped his foot and the countless cold sword lights that surrounded him shot towards Huangfu Wuji like meteors. At the same time, Zhuowen grasped the bone spear in his right hand and leapt forwards, instantly arriving in front of Huangfu Wuji. With a shake of his right hand, a terrifying spear intent burst forth. In that instant, Zhuowen no longer held back. He used his soul force and spear intent at the same time. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Huangfu Wuji, he would have to use all of his cards without holding back. Huangfu Wuji was not afraid. His hands once again formed two purple blades. Like a windmill, the purple blades danced in the air, forming a net of purple energy that flew out in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal continued to ring out, accompanied by countless sparks that formed a dazzling display of sparks in front of Huangfu Wuji. Whoosh! Amidst the countless sparks, a cold bone spear shuttled through. With a humming sound, it shot straight towards Huangfu Wuji's forehead. As Huangfu Wuji felt this cold light rush towards him, his complexion changed. He swept out his right hand and the purple edge blocked between his eyebrows. With a tinkling sound, he felt a tremendous strength strike him, and then Huangfu Wuji was forced backwards in the air. His right foot took a final step forward. Only then was Huangfu Wuji barely able to stabilize himself. His face flushed red and his blood boiled. Zhuowen Wuji, with your strength, you actually dare to ask me, Zhuowen, to die? Where did you get such big words from? Or is it that you're just good at talking? Zhuowen suddenly mocked. As these words came out, many people in the square turned to look at Huangfu Wuji, strange expressions on their faces. Zhuowen was right. At the start, Huangfu Wuji had been full of confidence. He had boasted that Zhuowen would come up and die. But now, Zhuowen was completely unharmed. As for Huangfu Wuji, he was completely at a disadvantage. This was simply slapping himself in the face. Huangfu Wuji's eyes narrowed. His face burned with anger, and he revealed an angry expression. Little bastard, that was just your luck. Now, see how I'll deal with you. Huangfu Wuji angrily shouted. He once again used the extreme purple annihilation, and at the same time also used the third edge. This time, he would thoroughly cut down Zhuowen on the arena stage. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Idiot! The same move is completely useless against me. Zhuowen coldly smiled. His right hand formed a sword seal, and he shouted out in a low voice, Greater everlasting sword array, weeping blood style. At the same time, Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace began to revolve at high speeds. His fifth-grade soul force poured out without reservation, causing the power of the Greater Everlasting Sword Array to swell to the extreme. An endless rain of blood fell down from the Greater Everlasting Sword Array. For a time, the Greater Everlasting Sword Array turned into countless blood-red lights that rushed towards Huangfu Wuji. Bang! Coincidentally, Huangfu Wuji's extreme purple annihilation also arrived. 3 mountain-sized purple edges simultaneously chopped down on the Greater Everlasting Sword Array. Then, the 3 purple edges completely froze. Then, they were covered in countless blood-red lights. With a cracking sound, the 3 massive purple edges were completely shattered by the blood-red lights, turning into countless purple specks of light. The blood-red lights swept towards Huangfu Wuji with irresistible force. A terrifying smell of blood filled the air, as if it wanted to tear Huangfu Wuji to pieces. At this moment, the only expression on Huangfu Wuji's face was fear. Endless fear. He never imagined that Zhuowen's soul force would be so formidable. The Greater Everlasting Sword Array's first sword move, Weeping Blood style, had actually reached such a terrifying degree of power. It's not that the Greater Everlasting Sword Array's power has increased, but that Zhuowen's soul force has advanced to the 5th grade. He is now able to display the full power of the Greater Everlasting Sword Array. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji finally understood why the Greater Everlasting Sword Array's power had increased so much. This was because Zhuowen was now a 5th-grade arcana master. He was able to display the full power of the greater everlasting sword array. Puchi! The blood-red light smashed into Huang Fu Wuji's chest. Then, Huang Fu Wuji was like a butterfly with broken wings. He was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out like a fountain. His face was deathly pale. A 5th-grade arcana master. This Zhuowen's soul force has actually reached the 5th grade. This is too terrifying. This Zhuowen is only around 20 years old, and yet his soul force has already reached such a terrifying degree. Isn't this too amazing? The moment that Huang Fu Wuji was sent flying backwards, the entire square began to seethe with excitement. When Zhuowen had used the greater everlasting sword array and instantly crushed Huang Fu Wuji, everyone knew that only a 5th-grade soul force could display such a terrifying might. The originally calm Cyan Emperor revealed a trace of surprise as he saw Zhuowen use his 5th-grade soul force. He hadn't expected that at such a young age Zhuowen's soul force would actually reach the 5th grade. His talent was truly terrifying. This child's talent in the aspect of soul force can be called a peerless monstrous genius. The Cyan Emperor thought to himself. Now, he valued Zhuowen even more. As for Huang Fu Wuji's defeat, the Cyan Emperor didn't feel much about it. After all, Zhuowen had defeated Huang Fu Wuji fair and square, so he didn't feel anything was wrong. 5th-grade Arcana Master? Grand Lily frowned. Zhuowen having a 5th-grade soul force was beyond her expectations. 5th-grade Arcana Masters were extremely rare in the Cyan Xian dynasty. The most famous of them were the 9 Great Elders of the Arcane Guild headquarters. These 9 Great Elders all had soul forces above the 5th grade. However, those that could reach the 5th grade soul force were over 50 years old. They were all old men in their 60s. But Zhuowen was only 20 years old. For him to have a 5th grade soul force at such an age, everyone knew that with such talent and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a 6th grade Arcana Master. It was said that once an Arcana Master transformed into a 6th grade Arcana Master, their soul force would undergo a great change, and their strength would undergo another qualitative change. Elder Xiuan of the Arcane Guild was a 6th grade Arcana Master. His strength was unfathomable, and he had once contended with the Cyan Emperor. From this, one could see how terrifying a 6th grade Arcana Master was. However, the difficulty of going from the 5th grade to the 6th grade was equivalent to going from the 4 Venerables to the Emperor. The difficulty was as high as ascending to the heavens. Even Elder Xiuan had spent decades to transition from the 5th grade to the 6th grade. This child cannot be left alive. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Grand Lily's beautiful eyes became even more vigorous. She didn't expect Zhuowen's soul force talent to be so terrifying. Now, Zhuowen was standing on the opposite side of the Grand Lily family. If Zhuowen's soul force broke through to the 6th grade, coupled with the terrifying 6th grade origin array, perhaps even a heavenly venerable would not be able to do anything to Zhuowen. Moreover, if Zhuowen could reach the terrifying realm of Elder Xiuan, perhaps even the Cyan Emperor would not be able to do anything to Zhuowen. Therefore, Grand Lily's heart was filled with killing intent. She had to completely eliminate Zhuowen before he grew up. Many people had the same thoughts as Grand Lily. Feng Tian, Chao Ji, Grand Haohai, and Flamewing all wanted to kill Zhuowen. Especially after seeing Zhuowen's soul force talent, their thoughts of killing Zhuowen became even more active. The 5th round, Zhuowen wins, the Cyan Emperor said faintly. Immediately after, he waved his sleeve and said, "The battle for the top 5 is now over. This time, I congratulate the 5 geniuses who have entered the top 5. You have obtained the qualification to participate in the entrance examination of Shin Academy." At this moment, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of the high platform. At the same time, Huang Fu Wudao, Qin Yan, Zhu Bai, and Grand Lily were also standing on the high platform in front of the table. Next will be the marquee battle for the top 3. However, in view of the fact that you have just fought and are physically and mentally exhausted, the marquee battle will be held in 10 days. In these 10 days, the 5 of you should recuperate from your injuries and condition." When the Cyan Emperor said this, many people in the square were disappointed. Originally, they wanted to see the top 5 geniuses fight, but now it seemed that they would have to wait for 10 days. However, everyone knew that the battle for the top 5 had already exhausted too much of the 5 geniuses' energy. At this moment, their condition was not good. Even if they continued to fight, it was likely that they would not be able to reach their peak standard. Instead, their standards would be inaccurate. It was better for them to rest for 10 days and restore their standards to their peak. Only then could they fight to their heart's content. Now, I will give out the rewards for the top 10 and top 5 on the Cyan Emperor board. Now, the top 10 geniuses, step forward and follow me to the throne room. When the Cyan Emperor said this, the other 5 geniuses, who were still recuperating, suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes flashed with a faint excitement. The rewards for the top 10 on the Cyan Emperor board were the personal empowerment of the Cyan Emperor. This was the personal empowerment of an Emperor realm expert. It could raise a cultivator's cultivation by a large realm without any side effect. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed a look of excitement. With the empowerment of the Cyan Emperor, his cultivation could directly reach the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. If he had an epiphany, he could directly advance to the ultimate Emperor realm. At that time, his cultivation would increase by a large margin. The Cyan Emperor slowly stood up, waved his sleeve, and walked towards the throne room. The top 10 geniuses did not slow down. They followed closely behind the Cyan Emperor with excitement in their eyes. However, as Zhuowen walked, he noticed many unfriendly gazes. 2 of them came from Huangfu Wudao and Grand Lily, while the others came from the Almighty on the table. Chapter 747. Azure Dragon Aura. The throne room was extremely majestic. Purple gold stone pillars stood in the hall, supporting this huge building from collapsing. It was Zhuowen's first time entering the throne room. Even with the experience of his previous life, he could not help but be shocked by the majestic hall in front of him. The throne room was indeed huge. It was much bigger and more majestic than the Forbidden City Palace on Earth in his previous life. Moreover, it was filled with jewels and was majestic. Just this aura alone was enough to deeply awe many people present. Other than Huangfu Wudao and Huangfu Wuji, the other 7 people more or less revealed a trace of surprise on their faces. Like Zhuowen, it was their first time entering the throne room. Soon, the Azure Emperor led everyone to the center of the hall. There was a rather spacious open space in the center. There were no eaves covering the open space. Looking up, one could see the scorching sun in the sky. Under the scorching sun, one could see the dragon-shaped aura lingering above the imperial city. The huge dragon's body circled above the throne room. It was as majestic as a mountain. Its huge dragon eyes quietly overlooked the throne room as if it could see through everything. Staring at the dragon-shaped aura in the sky, Zhuowen frowned. He did not know why, but the aura of the dragon-shaped aura gave him a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. However, Zhuowen did not take it to heart. He only thought that this familiar aura should be because he had the dragon soul. Under the rays of the scorching sun, an altar made of white marble stood silently in the center of the open space. Above the altar, a sparkling and translucent gem floated silently. This is the dragon vein of the Qingxian Empire. It suppresses the fate of the entire imperial city. I will make use of the dragon vein's luck to imbue the 10 of you with this altar. As for what benefits you will receive, it will depend on your own luck. The Azure Emperor slowly came before the altar. His gentle voice slowly sounded in the ears of the 10 people, causing their eyes to be filled with passion. There was actually a dragon vein under the throne room. No wonder the imperial family had been prosperous for so many years. It turned out that there was a dragon vein under the imperial city. The so-called dragon vein was actually the place where a true dragon fell in ancient times. It formed a mountain range with surging energy. The dragon vein contained extremely pure energy that could quickly raise the cultivation and realm of a warrior. While everyone had their own thoughts, Xiao Hei in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness exploded. Dragon vein? Kid, the dragon vein underground is not simple. Furthermore, it's not just one dragon vein, but many dragon veins. In fact, this dragon lord can sense that in the deepest part of the underground, there are true dragon corpses from ancient times. Xiao Hei's chattering voice rang in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen could not help but dig his ears. However, Zhuowen was more shocked. Xiao Hei actually said that there was not only one dragon vein but many dragon veins under the throne room. In addition, there were true dragon corpses under the dragon veins. Wasn't this too shocking? If what you said is true, then the Azure Emperor should also know the secret underground, right? Zhuowen asked with a frown. He knew very well that Zhuowen had built the throne room on the dragon vein. It was obvious that he had developed the dragon vein before. This could be seen from the terrifying dragon-shaped aura of the throne room. It is not so easy to develop the dragon vein. It is very difficult for warriors without dragon chi to enter the dragon vein. Even if the Azure Emperor's cultivation has reached the Emperor realm, it is extremely difficult for him to enter the dragon vein. Xiao Hei said with some doubts. Do you mean that it is very difficult for warriors without dragon souls to enter the dragon vein? However, the Azure Emperor seems to be developing the dragon vein now. It is obvious that the Azure Emperor has entered the dragon vein before. Zhuowen said with a frown. Yes, the dragon vein has indeed been developed before. However, it was not developed by the Azure Emperor. It should have been developed by a warrior with a powerful dragon soul. Moreover, this dragon soul warrior is probably not weak. Xiao Hei suddenly said with certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He said, if that is the case, does it mean that there is a warrior with a powerful dragon soul in the imperial family? Could it be an elite from the Blue Dragon Hall? The possibility of an elite from the Blue Dragon Hall is not high. The Blue Dragon Hall is a big family with a big business. They would not care too much about such a small dragon vein. This is also why the Azure Emperor was able to build the Imperial City on top of the dragon vein. Xiao Hei shook her head. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. How could a big family like the Blue Dragon Hall send an elite to help the Azure Emperor develop the dragon vein? Then, other than the elite from the Blue Dragon Hall, who else could have a powerful dragon soul? An elite from the Ryuka clan? Suddenly, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Other than the Blue Dragon Hall, warriors with dragon souls were from the Ryuka clan. Could there be another elite from the Ryuka clan in the imperial family? As he thought of this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up with excitement. He did not expect to meet someone from the Ryuka clan who had also awakened a dragon soul. Don't be happy too early. We still don't know if it is someone from the Blue Dragon Hall or someone from the Ryuka clan. Moreover, the Ryuka clan and the Blue Dragon Hall are like fire and water. Don't expose your identity. Let's wait and see. Xiao Hei suddenly said in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded. He could not expose his identity as a Ryuka clan descendant. Once exposed, he would be hunted down by the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhuowen was not that stupid. Later, I will use the power of the dragon vein to help you increase your cultivation. Don't resist. Standing in front of the altar, the Azure Emperor spoke again. His eyes were fixed on the altar. The 10 people in the hall nodded seriously. They sat cross-legged in the hall and quietly adjusted the energy in their bodies, preparing to receive the enlightenment from the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor formed a seal with his hands and pressed them on the altar. Suddenly, the gem on the altar emitted a strong green light. This green light shot up into the sky and into the dragon-shaped aura in the sky. Roar! Suddenly, the huge dragon-shaped chi field roared at the sky, and the transparent body turned green. Then, it suddenly exploded into 10 smaller green chi dragons. whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 azure dragons turned into 10 rays of green light and instantly shot toward the 10 figures in the hall and entered their chests. Zhuowen only felt a chill in his chest. He could clearly feel that after the azure dragon qi entered his body, it split into countless azure qi and spread throughout his 8 extraordinary meridians. It constantly nourished his meridians, causing them to become even more resilient and powerful. What kind of harvest the 10 of you can reap will depend on your own luck. The Azure Emperor silently looked at the 10 people in the hall, who were sitting cross-legged and refining the Azure Dragon Aura. This Azure Dragon Aura is very powerful. Kid, with your current strength, it will be very difficult for you to make full use of it. Let this Dragon Lord help you. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao He chuckled. With a wave of its little paw, a black mist spread out and flowed through Zhuowen's meridians to all parts of Zhuowen's body. The strange thing was that this ink-black fog actually formed a layer of ink-black film on the surface of Zhuowen's meridians. The green dragon aura that had not been fully utilized should have originally escaped the body through the meridians. However, it was now completely absorbed by this black film. All the Azure Dragon Aura that was not fully utilized was basically completely absorbed by this black film. The rest of the Azure Dragon Aura was absorbed by Zhuowen's body. As Zhuowen continued to refine the Azure Dragon Aura in his body, his aura became increasingly powerful. However, when it reached the limit, there was a rumbling sound as Zhuowen broke through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Countless tribulation clouds descended from the sky. Aside from Zhuowen, who had broken through, the others had also broken through. Tribulation clouds descended from the sky one after another, and the gigantic dark clouds were like gigantic black dragons. The tribulation clouds formed by everyone breaking through together were extremely terrifying, and almost shook the entire imperial capital. The Azure Emperor's expression was cold. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy soared into the sky. Soon after, the terrifying tribulation clouds in the sky all collapsed and were annihilated. The tribulation clouds of the ultimate Emperor realm were nothing to the Azure Emperor. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Time passed by minute by minute. Half a day later, the lightless monk, Zhu Bai, and Huang Fu Wuji opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a sharp light. Absorbing the Azure Dragon Aura was of great help to their cultivation. The lightless monk had broken through to the early stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Huang Fu Wuji had reached the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. As for Zhu Bai, he had reached the early stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. The 3 of them had made great gains. The 3 of you withdraw first. The Azure Emperor flicked his sleeve. The lightless monk, Huang Fu Wuji, and Zhu Bai retreated to the side of the hall, silently observing the changes in the other 7. They were well aware that the longer they stayed in the Azure Dragon Aura, the greater the benefits they would reap. The 3 of them were the first to awaken, so their gains were obviously not as great as the other 7. That little bastard Zhuowen was actually able to persist for so long? Huang Fu Wuji frowned as he looked at Zhuowen, who was still sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. His eyes revealed a cold light. Another half a day passed. Glen Baihe, Murongzhan, Qing Ming, and Guosheng also opened their eyes. The 4 of them were filled with excitement. The benefits that the Azure Dragon Aura had brought them this time were not small. Moreover, the 4 of them had all broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Guosheng had made great progress, directly advancing from the early stage of the ultimate Emperor realm to the early stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Qing Ming and Murongzhan had both advanced to the middle stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. As for Glen Baihe, his progress was even more terrifying than Guosheng's. He had directly advanced to the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Now, only Zhuowen, Qin Yan, and Huang Fu Wudao were left refining the Azure Dragon Aura. The 3 of them silently sat cross-legged like old monks, motionless. No one was surprised that Qin Yan and Huang Fu Wudao had been able to persist for so long. After all, Huang Fu Wudao was the first on the Azure Emperor list. His strength and potential were top-notch. Qin Yan was mysterious and strange. In the top 5 battles, he had defeated Murongzhan in one move. He had become famous overnight. It was normal for him to be able to persist until now. However, Zhuowen was the same as the other two. He had no intention of getting up. Obviously, he was still refining the Azure Dragon aura. This immediately attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Chapter 748. Trash is worse than trash. The Azure Dragon Qi in Zhuowen's body had almost been completely absorbed and refined by him. Logically speaking, Zhuowen should have woken up by now. However, Xiao He had used her own power to form an ink-colored membrane on the surface of Zhuowen's meridians. This membrane could store the Azure Dragon Qi that had escaped. Originally, with Zhuowen's strength, he would have been able to absorb 50% of the Azure Dragon Qi. However, with the membrane formed by Xiao He's power, Zhuowen could use the remaining 50%. This was also the reason why Zhuowen had been able to hold on until now. Standing before the altar, the Qing Emperor's deep eyes glanced at Zhuowen. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Rumble! A terrifying aura, like that of a ferocious beast, filled the entire hall. The majestic throne room seemed to tremble violently because of this aura. Qin Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged in the hall, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Then, the terrifying aura receded like the tide. You want to break through to the Xuanzun realm? Now is not enough. However, with your cultivation level, this day will not be too far away. The Qing Emperor stared at Qin Yan with a smile. Qin Yan had almost been able to communicate with the heavens and earth. At that time, a nascent soul would have descended from the void and allowed Qin Yan to completely transform into a powerhouse of the Xuanzun realm. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had woken up too early. The energy he had absorbed was not enough for him to communicate with the heavens and earth. This was also why Qin Yan looked disappointed. When the Qing Emperor said this, the other 7 geniuses in the hall were shocked. The Qing Emperor's words undoubtedly indicated that Qin Yan already had the qualifications to break through to the Xuanzun realm. It was just that he was not mature enough. When they thought of the terrifying aura that had burst out of Qin Yan's body, which was far more powerful than the peak of the ultimate 9-wheel Emperor realm, it was obvious that Qin Yan had reached the level of half a step into the Xuanzun realm. In just a few months, in an environment with abundant energy, Qin Yan had a 90% chance of becoming a mystique venerable one. Qin Yan nodded and didn't say anything. He was clear about his own situation. After this marquee battle, he planned to go back to the Azure Dragon subsidiary hall to cultivate in seclusion. When the time came, he would break through to the Xuanzun realm in one go. Once he reached the Xuanzun realm, Qin Yan would be able to materialize his dragon soul. At that time, Qin Yan would be invincible in the Xuanzun realm. He might even be able to fight against a supremacy. The other 7 people looked at Qin Yan with fear in their eyes. Qin Yan had a terrifying dragon soul and was now half a step into the Xuanzun realm. Huang Fu Wudao was probably the only one who could suppress this person. After all, martial artists with dragon souls would undergo a transformation after reaching the realm of 4 venerables. Their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and it would be easier for them to fight those of a higher realm. The corners of Qin Yan's mouth curled up when he felt the other 7 people's gazes. There was a trace of complacency in his eyes as he glanced at Huang Fu Wudao, who was not far away. Among the 10 great geniuses, the only one that he was afraid of was the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao. Even though he had a dragon soul, he still felt a little helpless against Huang Fu Wudao. Although he could guess that Huang Fu Wudao might be able to last longer than him, there was still a trace of a desire to compete in his heart. Now, seeing that Huang Fu Wudao was still sitting cross-legged, Qin Yan's eyes flickered and his brows were slightly furrowed. there was a faint trace of unwillingness in his heart. Qing Yan shook his head and was about to get up when his gaze suddenly fell on another figure not far away from Huang Fu Wudao. His entire body froze on the spot. His gaze was even more stunned as he remained motionless. This was because, other than Huang Fu Wudao, there was another person sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. He was still silently refining the azure dragon chi, and there was no sign of him getting up. "It's him." Qing Yan's pupils shrank as he immediately recognized that figure. It was the genius of Muqin County, Zhuowen. This Zhuowen had left quite a deep impression on him. In the group stage, he had consecutively killed the number 1 geniuses of the Feng and Chao families, Feng Yong and Chao Yen. In the top 5 battles, he had even defeated the second prince, Huang Fu Wuji, and entered the top 5. Although this was the case, Qing Yan still did not place Zhuowen in his eyes. Feng Yong, Chao Yen and Huang Fu Wuji were no different from trash in his eyes. If he were to take action, he would be able to defeat the 3 of them in one move. Therefore, Qing Yan did not care too much about Zhuowen. But now, the Zhuowen that he did not care about was actually able to last longer than him while refining the azure dragon chi. Qing Yan was naturally unconvinced. Is this kid putting on an act? Qing Yan frowned as he found an excuse for himself. Then, he slowly walked up to a pillar on the side of the hall. He silently observed the 2 figures sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. Time passed slowly. With a muffled sound, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly burst forth with a terrifying aura. At that moment, Zhuowen had broken through again. He had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. 9 heavenly tribulation wheels gathered in the sky. However, with the azure emperor guarding them, these 9 heavenly tribulation wheels were simply unable to do anything and were directly annihilated. Why is this little bastard still refining the azure dragon chi? Huang Fu Wuji's pupils shrank. Zhuowen's cultivation had originally been at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. But now, after absorbing the azure dragon chi, he had directly soared to the ultimate emperor realm. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's utilization of the azure dragon chi was much higher than theirs. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through so quickly. This kid is quite interesting. The Azure Emperor nodded. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhuowen. Another half a day passed. After Zhuowen broke through to the ultimate Emperor realm, his aura continued to rise until it reached the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. When his aura soared to the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm, it finally stopped increasing. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unconcealable joy. He could clearly feel that his current aura was much stronger than it had been at the beginning. Late stage Ultimate Emperor Realm? Zhuowen's eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time, the Azure Dragon Chi had been of great help to him. Of course, he knew that the main reason he was able to break through so quickly was because of Xiao He. If Xiao He hadn't sealed and stored the dissipating Azure Dragon Chi, allowing him to use the Azure Dragon Chi to 100%, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Ultimate Emperor Realm. At most, he would have been at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Grand Lily's pretty face gradually darkened. She hadn't expected Zhuowen to benefit so much from the Azure Dragon Chi. His cultivation had advanced so quickly that he had also reached the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. She knew that if she were to fight against Zhuowen now, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. After all, their cultivation was the same. Moreover, Zhuowen had 5th-grade spiritual power. It would be very difficult to deal with Zhuowen. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen walked to the side of the main hall. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the main hall. Instead, he waited in the main hall like the other geniuses. His gaze was focused on Huang Fu Wudao. Zhuowen knew very well that Huang Fu Wudao's cultivation was unfathomable. His strength was abnormally terrifying. Even a border general at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor Realm had been killed in one move. Zhuowen guessed that Huang Fu Wudao's cultivation should be half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. With such a cultivation, coupled with the opportunity he had obtained from the Azure Dragon Qi, it was very likely that Huang Fu Wudao would directly break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Although Zhuowen had seen many experts from the Xuanzuan realm, he had never seen the process of a cultivator breaking through to the Xuanzuan realm. Therefore, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to see it. After all, it would be very beneficial for him to advance to the Xuanzuan realm in the future. "You're Zhuowen?" When Zhuowen walked to Qin Yan's side, Qin Yan suddenly spoke with his back against the purple gold pillar. This caused Zhuowen's footsteps to falter slightly. He tilted his head to look at Qin Yan and said, "What's the matter?" Zhuowen's reply caused Qin Yan's eyes to narrow slightly. He said indifferently, "I'm just curious. How can you refine the Azure Dragon Qi for so long? You're just a piece of trash whose strength is inferior to mine. You shouldn't be able to surpass me in terms of time." Qin Yan was still a little resentful that Zhuowen had lasted longer than him in the Azure Dragon Qi. His voice was slightly provocative at this moment. A cold glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes when Qin Yan's words were spoken. How could he not know what Qin Yan was thinking at this moment? It was likely that Qin Yan had originally thought highly of himself. Now that he was surpassed by this unknown brat in terms of refining the green dragon aura, Zhuowen felt somewhat displeased in his heart. "But the truth is that you lasted shorter than me in refining the Azure Dragon Qi, right? And then you say I'm a piece of trash? Since you can't even compare to a piece of trash like me, then what are you?" Zhuowen turned his head and stared at Qin Yan. He suddenly retorted, causing Qin Yan's expression to freeze. He said that Zhuowen was a piece of trash, but in reality, he did not last as long as Zhuowen in refining the Azure Dragon Qi. His words were simply slapping his own face. "Haha! You can't even compare to a piece of trash like me, and you actually have the face to put on that high and mighty attitude of yours in front of me. Little do you know that in my opinion, you're worse than a piece of trash." Speaking up to here, Zhuowen's voice suddenly became clear and loud, causing the gazes of the other geniuses in the main hall to converge on him. Through the Azure Dragon mask, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a trace of a piercingly cold light flickering within. This Zhuowen in front of him really dared to say anything. No wonder he even dared to kill Chao Yin and Feng Yong. He was indeed extremely daring. Good, good. I rather admire your courage and insight, but you have to know that people like you who surpass others basically won't live for long. Qin Yan suddenly said in a cold voice. "Oh, are you done? If you're done, then you can shut up." Zhuowen's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he directly brushed past Qin Yan. He was too lazy to speak with a genius like Qin Yan who thought too highly of himself. Creak. Qin Yan clenched his fists slightly, and a deep chill appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen didn't give him any face at all. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the throne room, he would have killed this guy who spoke nonsense on the spot. What a stupid little bastard. He even dares to offend Qin Yan. When the time comes, he will suffer. The small disturbance between Qin Yan and Zhuowen was naturally seen by the other geniuses on the other side of the main hall. Among them, Huang Fu Wuji's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Huang Fu Wuji did not deliberately lower his voice. Everyone in the main hall could clearly hear him. "A piece of trash like you thinks you have the qualifications to jump around in front of me." Chapter 749. Armor Soul Hydra Zhuowen, you little bastard, how dare you? Huang Fu Wuji glared at Zhuowen, his voice growing colder and colder. Huang Fu Wuji was the second prince and had an honorable status. Yet, in Zhuowen's mouth, he had been reduced to trash. How could Huang Fu Wuji not be angry? "What? You want to fight?" Staring at Huang Fu Wuji, the corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up. His voice grew colder and his eyes contained a trace of killing intent. If Huang Fu Wuji dared to attack, then Zhuowen could immediately counterattack. Like this, he would have enough reason to cripple Huang Fu Wuji. After all, with his current strength, Huang Fu Wuji simply wasn't his match. Although Huang Fu Wuji was the second prince, the Blue Emperor didn't place as much importance on him as Huang Fu Wudao. Moreover, Zhuowen's talent far surpassed Huang Fu Wuji's. If Huang Fu Wuji attacked first and was then crippled by Zhuowen, then Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for the Blue Emperor to make things difficult for him. After all, he was currently one of the top 5 geniuses on the Blue Emperor proclamation. Moreover, he was on the side of reason. As these words came out, Huang Fu Wuji froze. He was only at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. As for Zhuowen, he had relied on the energy of the Azure Dragon to break through to the late ultimate Emperor realm. The difference between the two was like the heavens and the earth. Would Huang Fu Wuji dare to attack Zhuowen? Your Highness Second Prince, I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a life-or-death battle. Do you dare to accept? Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes fixed on Huang Fu Wuji. His voice was clear and resonant, like a great bell that rumbled through the entire hall. Life-or-death battle. The other geniuses all looked at Zhuowen in shock. They all knew that when Zhuowen's cultivation was at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm, he had already been able to defeat Huang Fu Wuji. Now, Zhuowen's cultivation had risen in a straight line, reaching the late ultimate Emperor realm. As for Huang Fu Wuji, he was only at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. If the two of them fought in a life-or-death battle, Huang Fu Wuji would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Huang Fu Wuji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stubbornly glared at Zhuowen, all the hairs on his body standing on end. His complexion was gloomy to the extreme. How could the current him dare to fight Zhuowen to the death? There was no doubt that he would lose this battle. Your Highness, I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a battle of life and death. Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes still locked onto Huang Fu Wuji. His voice was as cold as ice, and a terrifying aura swept out, causing Huang Fu Wuji to involuntarily take a step back. Looking at the retreating Huang Fu Wuji, Zhuowen sneered and restrained his terrifying aura. He faintly said, "Was I wrong to call you trash? You don't even dare to accept my deathmatch. What right do you have to bark like a dog in front of me?" Zhuowen's words were loud and clear, each word striking at the heart. Huang Fu Wuji's complexion alternated between green and white. In particular, the surrounding geniuses all had strange looks in their eyes, causing Huang Fu Wuji to feel even more ashamed. He, Huang Fu Wuji, the dignified second prince of the imperial family, had actually been scared into retreating because of a few words from Zhuowen. To him, this was simply a great shame. However, he didn't dare to accept the challenge, nor did he dare to speak. Zhuowen had already reached the peak of his strength, and he simply wasn't his match. Accepting the challenge was undoubtedly bringing about his own destruction. Zhuowen shook his head, looking at Huang Fu Wuji with ridicule in his eyes. Then, he arrived at the closest purple-gold pillar, silently watching the center of the hall, where there was only one figure sitting cross-legged there. Huang Fu Wuji also dejectedly retreated to a corner, but the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Bang! A sound like muffled thunder exploded in the air. Then, a terrifying aura spread out like a tsunami, filling the entire hall. Suddenly, the air around the entire hall seemed to freeze. A terrifying gravity filled the entire hall. Zhuowen's body sank, his knees slightly bent. If he hadn't circulated his energy in advance, then he would have been in an extremely difficult situation under this sudden gravity. What a terrifying aura! Is Huang Fu Wudao about to break through? Zhuowen's gaze focused slightly as he stared at the figure that sat cross-legged at the center of the hall. At this moment, Huang Fu Wudao's eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp bright light flickered within them like the stars in the night sky. Then, Huang Fu Wudao slowly stood up, looking up at the sky. An even more terrifying aura surged out, gathering above Huang Fu Wudao. Finally, it formed a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky. communicating with heaven and earth. On the altar, Emperor Qing looked at the pillar of light that soared into the sky, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. He knew that Huang Fu Wudao was about to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen, Qin Yan, and the other geniuses around the hall also raised their heads, staring at the pillar of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, all the warriors in the imperial capital also raised their heads, looking up at the huge pillar of light. Most of them had already guessed what was going on. Someone has broken through to the Xuanzuan realm. On the high platform in the square, many powerful figures also looked up at the sky. They naturally knew that one of the top 10 geniuses had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm under Emperor Qing's empowerment. It should be Huang Fu Wudao. Before the empowerment, Huang Fu Wudao was already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Now, after the empowerment, he should be able to break through to the Xuanzuan realm directly. Everyone guessed that the person who had broken through should be Huang Fu Wudao. After all, Huang Fu Wudao's strength and cultivation were obvious to everyone. Under Emperor Qing's empowerment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Crack! A crisp sound slowly resounded through the sky. At the end of the pillar of light, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the illusory void, and a light figure slowly descended from the crack. If one looked closely, this light figure was actually the image of a baby. The baby's face was blurry, and its body was curled up. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if it was still in the womb of a pregnant woman. Is this a nascent soul? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with curiosity as he watched the baby's light figure slowly descend from the crack in the void. The energy within this nascent soul was much denser than that of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. It was an energy bestowed by the heavens. This was also part of the reason why the 4 venerables were much stronger than the ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Under everyone's gazes, the radiant nascent soul finally descended above Huang Fu Wudao's head. It then entered his body through his Tianling acupoint. Boom! As soon as the nascent soul entered his body, the aura within Huang Fu Wudao's body became even more terrifying. Countless terrifying gales swept up around his body, and his entire body was filled with a dazzling white light. In the Great Hall, except for Emperor Qing, the other 9 geniuses could not help but retreat from the gales that were spreading in all directions. Even Zhuowen had to retreat dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. His gaze landed on Huang Fu Wudao's body, and his expression was filled with shock. Huang Fu Wudao was terrifying. He had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm, but the aura he displayed was actually much stronger than that of an ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivator. Oh! The moment the nascent soul entered Huang Fu Wudao's body, a brutal and terrifying roar burst out from his body. It was as if a terrifying beast had been sealed within Huang Fu Wudao's body and was being released at this moment. Countless purple tentacles gushed out from Huang Fu Wudao's body. They were densely packed and covered an area of several meters. Amidst the countless purple tentacles, a huge purple snake head suddenly swept out from behind Huang Fu Wudao. This purple snake's head was several dozen feet long, and its purple scales reflected a strange purple light under the scorching sun. 2 fangs that were several feet long grew out of its mouth, and they emitted a cold light. This is Huang Fu Wudao's armor soul? Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the purple snake that had suddenly emerged from Huang Fu Wudao's body. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the purple snake. After the first purple snake head emerged, another puffing sound was heard. Then the second purple snake head emerged, followed by the third, the fourth. When the 9th purple snake head drilled out, this terrifying giant beast suddenly leaped out and completely drilled out of Huang Fu Wudao's body. Its enormous body almost blotted out the sky as it floated in mid-air. Only then did Zhuowen see the true face of this giant beast. This giant beast had a huge body, and on its huge body were 9 huge purple snake heads. 9-headed snake. Huang Fu Wudao's armor soul was actually a 9-headed snake. The nine-headed snake was an extremely powerful existence in ancient times. Although it was much weaker than a high-level true dragon, it was much stronger than most low-level true dragons. It was a well-known savage beast in ancient times. Qin Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the nine-headed snake that floated in midair with a dignified expression. Although he had a dragon soul in his body, it was only a third-grade dragon soul. In ancient times, a third-grade true dragon was considered a low-level true dragon, and its strength was slightly weaker than a nine-headed snake. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao's nine-headed snake armor soul was actually much stronger than Qin Yan's third-grade dragon soul. If the two were of the same level, Qin Yan might not be a match for it in a battle. Moreover, Huangfu Wudao was one step ahead of him and had arrived in the Xuanzuan realm first. It was even more impossible for Qin Yan to be a match for Huangfu Wudao. Thinking of this, Qin Yan felt a little helpless. He originally thought that after learning the Blue Dragon Hall's unique skill, the Green Dragon technique, his strength had greatly increased. Coupled with the dragon's soul in his body, he already had the strength to compete with Huangfu Wudao. But now it seemed that he was left far behind by Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was stronger than him, and so was his armor soul. What did he have to compete with Huangfu Wudao? Awo! The nine-headed snake faced the sky and roared. In this long roar there was an endless joy. Then, the nine heads looked down at Huangfu Wudao, a trace of coldness in their eyes. What? This king has already materialized your armor soul. Are you not willing to listen to this king? Huangfu Wudao had his hands behind his back as he stared fearlessly at the nine-headed snake above his head. His indifferent and cruel voice slowly resounded. This nine-headed snake was indeed extraordinary. It actually had a bit of spiritual wisdom, and at this time, it actually showed signs of wanting to devour its master. Awo! The nine-headed snake roared and swooped down toward Huangfu Wudao, all nine heads attacking him at the same time. You really are a beast with a personality, but this king likes it. Let this king teach you a good lesson. Chapter 750. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. Rumble! 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 Huangfu Wudao's entire body was covered in terrifying blades of energy as he transformed into a flowing light that instantly collided with the nine-headed snake. A sound that was like muffled thunder resounded throughout the entire hall. After that, everyone noticed to their astonishment that Huangfu Wudao was actually fighting the nine-headed snake barehanded without the slightest fear, and he even grew more courageous as he fought. Huangfu Wudao was tiny like an ant when compared to the nine-headed snake's enormous body, yet he faintly showed signs of suppressing the nine-headed snake. Rumble! A black shadow suddenly shot out from midair and smashed heavily onto the center of the hall, causing the ground to shatter and form an enormous pit. Everyone looked over and actually noticed that it was the terrifying nine-headed snake that had been struck down from midair. At this moment, the scales on the surface of the nine-headed snake's violet-colored heads had practically split apart while violet-colored blood ceaselessly gushed out like a small stream, and it formed a violet-colored pool within the deep pit. Huangfu Wudao silently floated in midair as he looked down at the nine-headed snake within the pit, and then he grinned and said, "You still want to try?" Ow! The nine-headed snake roared loudly, but its roar was filled with terror because Huangfu Wudao was its master, and he was too terrifying. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. As my sole armor, you should obediently submit to me. Come back. Huangfu Wudao flicked his sleeve, causing the nine-headed snake below to transform into a violet ray of light that entered Huangfu Wudao's body once more, whereas Huangfu Wudao slowly descended to the ground of the hall. At the same time, the Qing Emperor slowly walked down from the altar and arrived at the center of the hall, and then he glanced at Huangfu Wudao with a rather satisfied gaze and said, "The nine-headed snake has an unruly disposition and will absolutely not submit completely. You have to properly train it in the future." Huang Fu Wudao nodded and said rather respectfully, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I'll remember your teachings." The top 5 of the Qing Emperor rankings stepped forward. The Qing Emperor nodded, and then his gaze converged onto the other geniuses as he spoke in a clear voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuowen, Glen Baihe, Zhu Bai, and Qing Yan walked out at the same time and arrived before the Qing Emperor with gazes that carried a wisp of anticipation. They all knew that their reward this time was related to the quota for the Divine Arts Academy's entrance exam. Being able to enter the top 5 is enough to prove that you have extremely strong potential. Therefore, this jade talisman is what you deserve. As he spoke, the azure Tharch waved his sleeves, and 5 jade-colored spots of light shot out and landed in the palms of the 5 people. Zhuowen's gaze focused on the jade talisman. On the surface of the jade talisman, there were 2 engraved words, Jiaxin. This is the qualification jade token for the Divine Academy's entrance examination. Only by holding this jade token will you have the qualifications to participate in the upcoming entrance examination, Emperor Qing said indifferently. Your Highness Emperor Qing, when will Jiaxin College's entrance exam begin? Zhu Bai, who had been silent, suddenly asked. The Excellent Gods Institute's examination is held once every 10 years. This time, the examination will begin in half a year's time. At that time, this Emperor will personally bring you to the Excellent Gods Institute. The Cyan Emperor nodded. Now that this Emperor has given out all the rewards, the 10 of you can leave. As for the 5 of you, go back and recuperate properly. Prepare for the marquee battle in 9 days. At that time, this Emperor will personally confer the title of Marquis to the top 3 and enjoy supreme status and glory. The Cyan Emperor waved his sleeves and disappeared from the hall, leaving behind Huang Fu Wudao and the other 9 people in the hall looking at each other in dismay. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped chi field that had condensed in the air above the throne room. If what Xiao He said was true, there were many dragon veins below the throne room. Zhuowen's heart couldn't help but stir. The dragon vein chi was of great help to Xiao He. Moreover, he could rely on the dragon vein chi that Xiao He absorbed to continuously cultivate. To Zhuowen, this was a supreme treasure. Brat, don't be rash. This throne room isn't as simple as you think. The Cyan Emperor isn't simple either. If you want to break into the dragon vein below the throne room, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Xiao He's solemn voice instantly resounded in his mind. She was afraid that Zhuowen would be rash. At that time, if the Cyan Emperor discovered them, they would all be finished. Although the Cyan Emperor usually looked amiable and his smile was like a spring breeze, his methods were even more tyrannical and cruel than Huang Fu Wudao. This was also why the Cyan Emperor could rule the Qing Xian Empire for so long. If the Cyan Emperor didn't have extraordinary methods, it was very unlikely that he could rule such a huge territory like the Qing Xian Empire. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know. The Cyan Emperor's methods are strange and unpredictable. I won't act rashly. However, Xiao He, do you have any way to sneak into the dragon vein? Zhuowen still didn't want to let go of the dragon vein below the throne room. After all, it was too important to him and Xiao He. He couldn't stay calm at all. Yes. However, it will take some time. After all, the Cyan Emperor is an Emperor Realm expert. If you want to sneak into the dragon vein without anyone noticing, I'm afraid you'll have to make sufficient preparations. I'll take care of this. When the time is right, I'll tell you, Xiao He said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He had blind confidence in Xiao He. After all, Xiao He's origin was mysterious and she wasn't simple. She knew a lot more than him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen planned to leave the throne room directly. However, when he turned around, a figure unknowingly blocked his path. Looking at the figure in front of him, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Qing Yan? Why are you blocking my path? The figure blocking Zhuowen's path was Qing Yan from the Azure Dragon Branch Hall. At this moment, Qin Yan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He smiled and said, "I hope we can meet in 9 days. At that time, I'll let you know how to behave." "Did you block my way just to say this nonsense? Since you're done, you can move aside now," Zhuowen replied coldly. This caused Qin Yan's face to stiffen. His eyes narrowed dangerously, but he still moved aside. Now was not the time to deal with Zhuowen. After 9 days, his eyes would eventually meet Zhuowen's. At that time, he would let this arrogant brat in front of him have a good taste of defeat. After passing by Qin Yan, Zhuowen stepped out of the throne room. The square outside the throne room was still crowded with people. It was bustling with noise and excitement. After walking out of the throne room, Zhuowen went directly to Lu Hantian's side. The other geniuses also returned to the sides of the leaders of their respective factions. "Zhuowen, you've broken through to the late stage of the Nine-Wheel Emperor realm?" Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. He could see Zhuowen's cultivation at a glance. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Before entering the throne room, Zhuowen was only at the peak of the Seven-Wheel Emperor realm. Now, after 1 day, Zhuowen had directly advanced to the late stage of the Nine-Wheel Emperor realm. This was too fast. Although there was the effect of the Azure Emperor's enlightenment, Zhuowen's cultivation had jumped by almost 2 major realms. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how much Zhuowen had benefited in the throne room this time. When Lu Hantian said this, Lu Nantian, who was standing beside him, had a very interesting expression on his face. His mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. "I was lucky enough to reach it." Zhuowen nodded and smiled. "Well done, kid. With your cultivation, you probably have the possibility of entering the top 3. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the marquee battle in 9 days. Lu Hantian laughed loudly and patted Zhuowen's back. He couldn't stop laughing and his face was full of joy. Lu Nantian beside him was also very happy. Zhuowen had really won glory for Muqin County this time. Not only had he entered the top 10 of the Emperor rankings, but he had even entered the top 5. Now, with the Emperor Qing's enlightenment, his cultivation had skyrocketed. He had jumped 2 realms and reached the late stage of the Nine-Wheel Emperor realm. This was too terrifying. At this moment, there were many geniuses from Muqin County standing behind Lu Hantian. When they heard Lu Hantian say that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Nine-Wheel Emperor realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Zhuowen's improvement was too fast. It was so fast that they felt that it was unreal. Lu Yitao silently stared at Zhuowen's back. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that this young man, who he didn't pay attention to in the Origin Qi Tower, would have left him so far behind. Qing Lian and Luo Xing looked at Zhuowen with a faint smile and a different kind of emotion in their eyes. Zhuowen had now become the soul of Muqin County. At this moment, his every action represented the benchmark of the younger generation of Muqin County. Let's go. Let's go back and celebrate. How can we not celebrate Zhuowen's achievements? Lu Hantian laughed loudly and was about to leave the square with his team. Brother Hantian, wait a moment. I still have some trivial matters to take care of, Zhuowen suddenly said. Oh? What is it? Lu Hantian paused and asked in confusion. Letter of divorce. After Zhuowen spat out these words, he walked straight towards the Grand Family's team. Lu Hantian, who was standing behind him, raised his eyebrows. He still understood Zhuowen's meaning. Back then, the Grand Family came aggressively to the Zhuo family to break off the engagement. In the end, they were rejected, so the two made an agreement. If Zhuowen's results could surpass Grand Lily's on the Green Emperor board, then the Grand Family would accept the letter of divorce. If he couldn't surpass it, then Zhuowen would give up the marriage contract. Everyone in the Grand Family also noticed Zhuowen walking straight towards them. All of them had unfriendly gazes, especially Grand Daffodil, who was standing in the middle of the group. Back then, she was the one who brought people to the Zhuo family to break off the engagement. However, She didn't expect that she would make a fool of herself in the hands of Zhuowen. Therefore, she hated Zhuowen to the bone. Grand Haohai stared at Zhuowen, who was walking over, and said coldly, "Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this?" Standing 10 meters away from Grand Haohai, Zhuowen took out a marriage contract from his bosom and said indifferently, "Grand Patriarch, you shouldn't have forgotten the agreement between us, right?" Looking at the marriage contract in Zhuowen's hands, Grand Haohai's face twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Of course I won't forget, but what are you trying to do now? Your results don't seem to have surpassed Lily's." This is only a matter of time. 9 days later, I, Zhuowen, will personally eliminate this bitch beside you, and then completely divorce her. Paramount Soul. Chapter 751. Sarira, Zhuowen, you better watch your mouth. How could my sister allow you to insult her like this? Within the group, Grand Narcissus raised her hand and pointed at Zhuowen as she shouted, "I'm only speaking the truth. How could I insult her? 9 days from now, the marquee battle will be the battle of divorce." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen no longer paid any attention to the Grand family group. He returned to the Muqin County group and left the imperial city under the command of Lu Hantian. "Sister, this Zhuowen is too arrogant. 9 days from now, you must teach this brat a lesson." Grand Narcissus stomped her feet in anger, but she did not notice the silent Grand Lily. Although Zhuowen's performance in the top 5 had been very strong and he had even defeated Huang Fuwuji, she was well aware of Grand Lily's strength. After receiving the Azure Emperor's blessing, her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. In Grand Narcissus' eyes, Zhuowen's cultivation had only been at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. Even with the Azure Emperor's blessing, his cultivation was at most around the ultimate Emperor realm. It was simply impossible for him to be a match for the late-stage ultimate Emperor realm Grand Lily. Against Zhuowen, I don't have much confidence. Suddenly, the silent Grand Lily opened her mouth, but the words she spoke caused Grand Narcissus' face to freeze. Her beautiful eyes stared at Grand Lily as she forced a smile. "Sister, are you joking? You are now a late-stage ultimate Emperor realm powerhouse." Zhuowen jumped 2 realms in a row under the Azure Emperor's blessing. His cultivation level is the same as mine, which is the late-stage ultimate 9 wheels Emperor realm. I don't have much confidence in defeating Zhuowen. Grand Lily suddenly spoke again. When these words came out, not only was Grand Narcissus stunned, but the other members of the Grand family group were also stunned. They never thought that Zhuowen's cultivation had also reached the late-stage ultimate Emperor realm. "Lily, is this true?" Grand Haohai frowned slightly, but his heart sank with a thump. If what Grand Lily said was true, then Zhuowen was really too terrifying. His cultivation was no weaker than Grand Lily's, and he had mastered the terrifying spear intent. Coupled with his 5th stage spiritual power, his true battle prowess was definitely far beyond that of a late-stage ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. If Grand Lily were to fight against Zhuowen this time, it would be hard to predict their chances of winning. How is that possible? How did Zhuowen become so strong? Even now, Glen Daffodil was still in disbelief. However, these words came from Glen Lily's mouth. She had no choice but to believe it. Now, she finally realized that she had underestimated Zhuowen all along. Originally, she had thought that Zhuowen was useless in the Grand Lily Society. However, from the looks of it now, the contrast between her imagination and reality was so great that her sister, Grand Lily Society, had actually started to fear Zhuowen. "Lily, after 9 days you must defeat Zhuowen. Father will temporarily hand over the family's spiritual treasure, near-at-hand mirror, for you to refine. You can only win this battle, not lose." Grand Haohai suddenly whispered to Grand Lily, "Near-at-hand mirror." Hearing this, Grand Lily's pupils shrank. She stared at Grand Haohai, who had a serious expression on his face. Near at hand mirror was the family treasure of the Grand family. It was a heavenly spiritual treasure that surpassed the earth ring. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, only the family head could use near at hand mirror. In order to let the Grand Lily Society win, Grand Hauhai even gave such a treasure to Grand Lily. It could be seen that Grand Hauhai valued this battle. When the rest of the Grand family's team heard that Grand Hauhai intended to hand over near at hand mirror, their expressions changed. However, when they thought of the consequences if the Grand Lily Society lost to Zhuowen, everyone was not surprised. After all, if the Grand Lily Society lost to Zhuowen, then she would have to accept the latter's letter of divorce. Grand Lily, the dignified eldest daughter of the Grand family, was actually going to be divorced by an unknown family's disciple. This was enough to sweep the Grand family's reputation to the ground. Grand Hauhai would absolutely not allow this to happen. Lily understands. Grand Lily nodded. Her beautiful face also regained its calm expression. If Grand Hauhai really handed over near at hand mirror to her, she had a very high chance of winning if she really faced Zhuowen this time. Walking out of the imperial city, Lu Hantian and the rest naturally prepared to return to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. However, when they arrived at the imperial city's entrance, two figures suddenly stopped them. Among the two figures, one of them was an amiable-looking old monk. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Beside this old monk stood a young monk with a rosy complexion. This monk was none other than Monk Wu Deng. Old Baldy, what do you mean by this? You actually dare to block our way. Are you looking for me? Lu Hantian frowned slightly and said vigilantly, Hello, almsgiver Lu. This poor monk has no intention of looking for almsgiver Lu. This poor monk is looking for the young almsgiver beside you. The amiable-looking old monk put his palms together and spread out his right hand. He pointed at Zhuowen, who was beside Lu Hantian. Why are you looking for Zhuowen? Lu Hantian frowned slightly and asked puzzledly. This young almsgiver should know why we are looking for him. Young almsgiver, may I have a word with you? The old monk looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile. Staring at the old monk in front of him, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Zhuowen naturally knew this old monk's identity. He was Withered Lamp Buddha, the county lord of Shijiang County. From Lu Hantian's attitude, it seemed like he was extremely wary of Withered Lamp Buddha. It seemed like Withered Lamp Buddha wasn't simple. This was the first time Zhuowen saw Lu Hantian show such a vigilant expression. Lu Hantian looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He didn't expect Withered Lamp Buddha to come looking for Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He knew that Withered Lamp Buddha was looking for him because of the nirvana of the great sun that he revealed in the arena. This cultivation technique was clearly a Buddhist cultivation technique. However, Zhuowen was unsure if Withered Lamp Buddha would deal with an outsider like him if he cultivated in such a Buddhist cultivation technique. Okay. After thinking about it, Zhuowen nodded in agreement and stepped towards Withered Lamp Buddha. Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Zhuowen with clear eyes and a trace of admiration. Almsgiver Zhuowen, I feel a Buddhist affinity from you. Have you ever cultivated a cultivation technique like Nirvana of the Great Sun? Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Zhuowen and asked in a low voice. Yes, I obtained Nirvana of the Great Sun by accident. What does Master think? Zhuowen was still vigilant. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Withered Lamp Buddha's calm eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light with a hint of excitement. It is indeed the long-lost Nirvana of the Great Sun, almsgiver Zhuowen. Can you return this cultivation technique to our Buddhist sect? Withered Lamp Buddha suddenly asked. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Zhuowen had obtained Nirvana of the Great Sun. It was reasonable to say that it belonged to him. Withered Lamp Buddha directly threatened to ask him to give Nirvana of the Great Sun back to Buddhism. Was he, Zhuowen, so stupid? Almsgiver Zhuowen, please don't misunderstand. I am not robbing you. I am making an equivalent exchange. If you can return Nirvana of the Great Sun to Buddhism, I am willing to exchange this Sarira. Withered Lamp Buddha also noticed the strange look on Zhuo Wen's face. He calmly took out an ordinary-looking white stone from his bosom. This white stone was very ordinary. If one looked at it carefully, they wouldn't find anything special about it. They would just think that it was an ordinary stone. However, when Withered Lamp Buddha took out the saraira, Monk Wu Deng's eyes were filled with shock. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Zhuowen's eyes were fixed on the white stone in Withered Lamp Buddha's palm. Zhuowen was naturally familiar with the saraira. On Earth, there were legends of the saraira. According to legend, the saraira was the crystallization of an enlightened monk. It contained the Buddhist power of the enlightened monk, and was an immortal existence. What's the use of a stone like this? It doesn't look like anything special. Lu Hantian suddenly came over and looked up and down at the saraira in Withered Lamp Buddha's palm. His eyes were filled with confusion. He really did not understand why the monk in front of him was so cautious about the stone. Okay, I'll exchange it with you. Zhuowen's eyes flashed and he immediately agreed. Perhaps others did not understand the importance of the saraira, but Zhuowen knew, much more than ordinary people. Although the Buddhist power could not increase his cultivation, he could use the Buddhist power to increase the power of nirvana of the Great Sun. Nirvana of the Great Sun was a Buddhist cultivation technique. Naturally, it needed the help of the Buddhist power to cultivate quickly. However, Zhuowen did not have any Buddhist power. Therefore, Zhuowen had only cultivated to the second level of nirvana of the Great Sun for so long. Zhuowen knew that if he could obtain this relic and borrow the Buddhist energy within it, he would be able to push the Great Sun Nirvana to an even higher level. At that time, his strength would also increase greatly. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Withered Lamp Buddha smiled and said, "Thank you, Benefactor Zhuowen." Withered Lamp Buddha waved his hand and the saraira fell into Zhuowen's hand. However, the moment the saraira touched Zhuowen's palm, Zhuowen could clearly feel the excitement and desire of the nirvana of the Great Sun in his body. This saraira could not be fake. Nodding, Zhuowen flicked his finger and a scroll flew into Withered Lamp Buddha's hand. Back then, the nirvana of the Great Sun was engraved on a golden skeleton. Hence, after Zhuowen obtained the nirvana of the Great Sun, he re-engraved it into a scroll. This way, he could preserve the nirvana of the Great Sun and prevent it from being lost. This unintentional action came in handy today. Thank you, Benefactor Zhuowen. After Withered Lamp Buddha confirmed that the scroll was correct, he put it into the spirit ring. Then, he put his palms together and left the imperial city with Withered Lamp Buddha and the others. Soon, they disappeared from Zhuowen's sight. I wonder which senior monk this saraira belonged to? Looking at the saraira in his hand, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Then, he followed Lu Hantian to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Not long after Zhuowen left, Withered Lamp Buddha and Withered Lamp Buddha walked silently on another street. In the end, Withered Lamp Buddha could not help but speak. Chapter 752. Conspiracy Wu Deng, Its Fate. You know that I don't have much time left. I'm about to pass away. Even if I don't give you the saraira, I won't be able to hold on for long. I'm already satisfied that I can exchange it for the Nirvana Vairocana. Withered Lamp Buddha put his palms together in front of his chest and smiled. Then, his body started to emit golden light. It was as if Withered Lamp Buddha was covered in a layer of gold. It was dazzling. Pass away? Master. Wu Deng knelt on the ground, looking at Withered Lamp Buddha, who was covered in golden light. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Originally, if Withered Lamp Buddha didn't give his saraira, he could live for a year or so. However, after giving his saraira to Zhuowen, Withered Lamp Buddha naturally died of old age. Wu Deng, you're very talented. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. It's only a matter of time before you become a Buddha. You might even become a Buddha and reach the realm of Patriarch Bodhidharma. Bring the Nirvana Vairocana back to Shijiang County. I'm sure you can bring our western border Buddhism to greater heights. Also, this benefactor Zhuo is fated with our Buddhism. Treat him well in the future. After saying that, the withered lamp Buddha squinted his eyes and revealed a gentle smile. In the dazzling golden light, he was completely annihilated into nothingness. The only thing left was the neatly folded kasaya and the black spiritual ring on it. Carefully holding the kasaya, Wu Deng chanted the name of Buddha and said firmly, "Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will revive the Western border Buddhism." Then, monk Wu Deng put on withered lamp Buddha's monastic robe and a pitch-black spiritual ring. He kowtowed to the place where withered lamp Buddha had passed away. Then, he resolutely left the imperial capital. The night sky was like a black dragon, slowly accumulating and covering the entire sky. It made this space dark and deadly silent. Occasionally, the stars in the sky would twinkle. In this cold and gloomy night, countless black shadows were ready to make a move. Undercurrents were surging, as if they were brewing an unspeakable conspiracy. In a luxurious pavilion in the imperial city, 3 figures were sitting quietly in the main hall. They didn't say a word, which made the place quiet and quiet. "May I know why the 2 of you are visiting me so late at night?" Finally, the dignified man sitting at the head of the pavilion smiled as he stared at the 2 men below. One of the 2 men was a skinny old man, while the other was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Both of them were very powerful, and the aura they emitted seemed to distort the surrounding space. These 2 people were the Chao family's patriarch, Chao Ji, and the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Tian. The dignified man sitting in front of them was actually the Grand family's patriarch, Grand Haohai. "Grand Patriarch, I heard that your Grand Lily has an engagement with that little bastard Zhuo." Chao Ji suddenly said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Grand Haohai's pupils constricted as a sliver of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Ever since the Battle of the Peach Blossom origin diagram, Zhuo had shed all pretense of cordiality and made the marriage contract public. Quite a few people in the imperial capital already knew that Grand Haohai and Zhuo were engaged. However, not many people knew about it. Only the geniuses and higher-ups of the forces in the imperial capital knew about it. Now that Chao Ji mentioned it, Grand Haohai was naturally unhappy. "What do you mean, Patriarch Chao?" Grand Haohai said coldly. "Patriarch Grand, don't mind it too much. I don't mean anything else. I just think that Zhuo doesn't deserve Miss Grand Lily." Chao Ji smiled embarrassedly. "Humph. That little bastard Zhuo is indeed arrogant and conceited. He actually plans to divorce Lily. Who does that little bastard think he is? Does he have the right to divorce Lily?" The more Grand Haohai thought about it, the angrier he got, especially when he thought about how Zhuo's cultivation was already on par with Grand Lily. He directly slammed his palm on the table beside him. Crack! Under the impact of the huge force, the table shattered into countless pieces of wood that flew in all directions. Feng Tian and Chao Ji looked at each other. They were rather surprised that Grand Haohai would suddenly lose his temper. It seemed like Grand Haohai was also extremely displeased with Zhuo. After calming down slightly, Grand Haohai said indifferently, "One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. The 2 of you shouldn't have come here tonight to chat and reminisce about old times, right? Patriarch Grand is indeed a smart person. Patriarch Grand should also hate that Zhuo bitterly. This kid is a lowly disciple, yet he actually dares to be so arrogant and despotic in the imperial capital. He doesn't put our 5 great clans in his eyes at all. If we don't eliminate this kid, how can we show the dignity of our 5 great clans?" Feng Tian stared at Grand Haohai. His hoarse voice slowly sounded out, and it contained a trace of resentment and killing intent. Hearing this, Grand Haohai raised his brows and said, "You all plan to assassinate that Zhuo? Yes. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will be a future trouble. Patriarch Grand, I presume you also want to get rid of this kid." Feng Tian continued. "Although that's the case, that fellow, Lu Hantian, exists by Zhuo's side. Do you think that with just the three of us, it's possible to smoothly kill that Zhuowen in the hands of Lu Hantian? Grand Haohai was also somewhat tempted to assassinate Zhuowen. Zhuowen's speed of improvement was too fast. This kid's talent was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhuo Xiaotian back then. Moreover, in the conferred marquee battle 9 days later, Grand Haohai didn't have much confidence in Grand Lily going against Zhuowen. Even if he used the near-distance mirror, it would at most increase Grand Lily's chances of victory, and it wouldn't guarantee a 100% victory. Actually, Grand Haohai had also thought of eliminating Zhuowen in advance. Unfortunately, he was extremely fearful of that Lu Hantian. After all, that was a powerhouse at the peak of the Empyrean realm. His strength was far from being a match for that powerhouse. Patriarch Grand, have you forgotten about our Chao family? Our Chao family has the chaotic tripartite array. Although the three of us are only at the Golden Venerate realm, if we have the chaotic tripartite array, we can fight against a Empyrean realm powerhouse. Perhaps we aren't a match for that Lu Hantian, but we can still block him for a period of time. During this period of time, that little bastard Zhuowen will be completely eliminated by our family's experts. As long as that Zhuowen is dead, that Lu Hantian won't dare to touch our 5 great families. At this point, Chao Zhi's eyes were filled with viciousness. Ever since Zhuowen had personally killed Chao Yan in the arena, Chao Zhi's resentment towards Zhuowen had seeped deep into his bones. He couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die without a burial place. Chaotic tripartite array. Hearing this, Grand Haohai's eyes glowed brightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The Chao family's chaotic tripartite array was famous. This array could gather 3 cultivators of the same level. When they joined forces, they could unleash strength that far exceeded that of the same level. It was completely possible to fight someone of a higher level. The 3 patriarchs were all at the Golden Venerate realm. With the chaotic tripartite array, they could unleash the strength of a Empyrean realm powerhouse. It was more than enough to stop that Lu Hantian. This boy's cultivation has risen to the late ultimate 9th wheel Emperor realm in the throne room. Coupled with his 5th grade mind power, ordinary ultimate 9th wheel emperors are no match for him. It's best to send out the Xuanzuan realm's experts to kill him. Grand Haohai's eyes flashed as he spoke. This boy's cultivation has reached the late ultimate 9th wheel emperor realm? How can he be so fast? Feng Tian and Chao Zhi's eyes narrowed as they spoke in disbelief. This is absolutely true. Baihe told me personally. It can't be wrong. Therefore, if we want to completely kill this boy, we can only send out the cultivators of the Xuanzuan realm, Grand Haohai said coldly. Hearing this, Feng Tian and Chao Zhi revealed a trace of hesitation. Even the 5 great families of the Xuanzuan realm didn't have many cultivators. Furthermore, they were basically the mainstays of the family. They couldn't afford to lose them. My Feng family can send out 2 elders of the Xuanzuan realm. Feng Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. Chao Zhi's eyes flashed as he said fiercely, "My Chao family can also send out 2 elders of the Xuanzuan realm." Grand Haohai nodded and said, "My grand family can also send out 2 elders of the Xuanzuan realm. This time, we must completely kill Zhuowen. We can only succeed. Failure is not an option." Patriarch Grand Haohai is right. However, when are we going to do it? Feng Tian suddenly asked. The night before the conferred marquee battle. I want that little bastard Zhuowen to dye the imperial capital in blood and directly disqualify him from participating in the conferred marquee battle. Grand Haohai smiled cruelly. Feng Tian and Chao Zhi nodded and said, "In that case, let's set it for the night before the conferred marquee battle. Now, let's go back and prepare." Grand Haohai nodded and said, "Go and prepare. Don't forget about Patriarch Chao's chaotic tripartite array." Patriarch Grand Haohai, don't worry. I won't forget such an important thing. After he finished speaking, Chao Zhi and Feng Tian leaped and disappeared into the night sky. Grand Haohai slowly stood up and gazed at Feng Tian and Chao Ji, who'd vanished into the night, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a ruthless expression as he muttered. Zhuowen, don't blame me for being ruthless. All of this is because you didn't know how to appreciate favors. Actually, when he found out that Zhuowen didn't have a dragon's soul in his body, Grand Haohai didn't care at all. As long as he took back the marriage certificate, he wouldn't pursue the matter with Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen stubbornly insisted on writing the divorce certificate, causing the relationship between the Zhuo family and the Grand family to instantly break down. Therefore, Grand Haohai and Zhuowen made an agreement for the Azure Emperor rankings battle. Originally, Grand Haohai was very confident in the Grand Lily and thought that Zhuowen wouldn't be a match for the Grand Lily. But now, Grand Haohai realized that he was wrong. Zhuowen didn't have a dragon's soul in his body, but this terrifying talent had indeed been inherited from Zhuo Xiaotian. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. Now, he was already a threat to the Grand Lily. Therefore, Grand Haohai came up with this plan to completely eliminate Zhuowen from this world. Just as Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian were plotting, in the drunken spring pavilion, Zhuowen was silently staring at the Saraira in his hand. What a surging Buddhist energy! This Buddhist energy is indeed endlessly beneficial to my Vairocana nirvana. I wonder what realm my Vairocana nirvana will reach after absorbing this Saraira's Buddhist energy? Chapter 753. 3 heads and 6 arms. Surging Buddhist power surged out from the Saraira and entered Zhuowen's forehead. It turned into a golden energy and spread throughout Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen felt a warm sensation. Then, he was delighted to find that the great Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method was accelerating. The surging Buddhist power turned into a golden energy under the great Nirvana cultivation method. It flowed through the meridians and into the 8 extraordinary meridians, refining Zhuowen's body. Under the nourishment of the Buddhist power, Zhuowen's great Nirvana cultivation method improved at an even faster speed. His physical body was also strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the room, Zhuowen's body suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Then, a surging golden light surged out. Rumble! In the void behind Zhuowen, a huge 3-headed, 3-armed golden giant stepped through the air and turned into a golden light that entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were shining with a golden light like 2 balls of fire. Creak! Suddenly, 4 golden arms extended from Zhuowen's body. On the other side of his head, 2 golden Buddha heads appeared. They looked exactly like the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. Other than Zhuowen's head, the other 2 heads were Buddha heads. Their squinted eyes were burning with a strange golden flame. They looked very strange. Nirvana Stage 3 of the Great Nirvana Vairocana. Something like this actually happened? Through the bronze mirror in the room, Zhuowen naturally saw his current appearance. He had 3 heads and 6 arms and he was tall. Furthermore, Zhuowen was surprised to discover that the vision and senses of the other 2 Buddha heads were the same as his main body. The other 4 arms that grew out of the heads were like his own arms, and they were exceptionally nimble. In addition, Zhuowen's physical strength, and sensitivity had improved tremendously. Moreover, because of the 3 heads, Zhuowen's perception had increased by more than 3 times. The 3-headed, 6-armed phenomenon formed by the Nirvana Stage 3 of the Great Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method was simply a battle weapon. Zhuowen's combat strength had increased tremendously under such an increase. Now, if I use the Nirvana Vairocana cultivation method, I can derive 6 arms. In other words, I can use 3 different armor techniques and 6 different weapons at the same time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. Because he had 6 arms, it meant that Zhuowen could do 3 things at once. He could use 3 armor techniques and 6 weapons at the same time. It should be known that Zhuowen had comprehended the power of concept. If all 6 arms held spears at the same time and erupted with spear intent, the power would be almost 6 times that of Zhuowen's spear. In other words, Zhuowen could increase his current combat strength by more than 6 times in an instant. A full 6 times combat strength. Now that Zhuowen's cultivation was at the late stage of the ultimate Emperor realm, coupled with the eruption of spear intent, even a peak ultimate Emperor realm warrior might not be a match for him. He should be able to fight a warrior at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm. However, if Zhuowen used 3 heads and 6 arms, held 6 spears at the same time, and erupted with spear intent, his combat strength would increase by 6 times. His strength would probably be comparable to a warrior at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Of course, Zhuowen's estimation was only based on the comparison of ordinary warriors from the Xuanzuan realm. If he faced a terrifying genius from the Xuanzuan realm like Huangfu Wudao, even if his combat strength increased by 6 times, Zhuowen would still lose without a doubt. After all, Huangfu Wudao's armor Soul Hydra was extremely terrifying. Although Huangfu Wudao had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm and should be at the beginning stage of the Xuanzuan realm, relying on the terrifying power of the Hydra, he probably had the strength to fight a Supreme Realm warrior. It's time to get 5 more spears for myself. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen noticed that the sky was already bright. He slowly got up and walked out of the room. He had to find Lu Hantian to discuss the matter of weapons. With Zhuowen's current realm, the weapons he needed naturally had to be Earth-rank spiritual treasures and above. The tyrannical dragon-scale spear in his hand was a mid-rank Earth-rank spiritual treasure, and he was still using it quite well. In the hall, Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen with some astonishment and asked in a strange tone, "You need 5 Earth-rank spears? I say, Zhuowen, what do you need so many spears for? You only have 2 hands, so you can only use 2 spears at most, right?" Seeing Lu Hantian's suspicious expression, Zhuowen curled his lips and directly used the nirvana of the great sun instantly. Countless golden rays burst out, and Zhuowen transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Big Brother Hantian, as you can see, I cultivate a special body refining technique that allows me to transform into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Naturally, I can use 6 spears. Zhuowen stared at Lu Hantian, and his 3 heads spoke at the same time. His voice was loud and clear, and it was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. "You brat. What kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? How could it be so strange, to actually be able to turn yourself into a 3-headed, 6-armed being?" Lu Hantian supported his forehead with his right hand and muttered to himself speechlessly. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and immediately withdrew the great sun nirvana, returning to his original state. He said, "Now you know why I need 5 spears, right? Your body refining technique seems to be very powerful. This is the first time I've seen a martial warrior's transform into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Don't worry, your big brother is an Empyrean after all, and I just happen to have a few spears on me." As he spoke, Lu Hantian flicked his finger, and a ray of light flew out from his spirit ring. Immediately, 5 spears with radiant light appeared under his feet. These 5 spears are all low-grade Earth-rank spirit treasures. Just make do with them first. Although your big brother has a higher-grade spirit treasure, the highest grade of spear type is only this low-grade Earth rank. Lu Hantian scratched his head, and his voice seemed to be a little embarrassed. "Haha, it's enough. In the future, I'll go find 5 high-grade spears myself. These 5 spears will make do with them, and we'll talk about it after the conferred marquee battle." Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the 5 spears under his feet were all kept into the spirit ring. "Zhuowen, what are your chances of winning the conferred marquee battle this time?" Suddenly, Lu Hantian asked seriously. Zhuowen was stunned, and then said with a smile, "If I don't meet Huangfu Wudao in advance, I have a 90% chance." "You have such a high chance of winning?" Qing Yen of Azure Dragon's subsidiary palace is not simple. Can you beat him? Zhuowen's answer made Lu Hantian raise his eyebrows and ask in surprise. Qing Yen is indeed very strong. If he broke through to the Xuanzuan realm, I might not be his opponent, but he didn't, so I have a 60% chance of beating him. Before the Nirvana realm breakthrough, Zhuowen didn't have much chance of beating Qing Yen, but the breakthrough of the Nirvana realm allowed him to have 3 heads and 6 arms, and his battle strength increased by 6 times. He was confident that he could beat Qing Yen. It's good that you are confident. Then I won't disturb your cultivation. I am looking forward to your performance in the conferred marquee battle in 6 days. If you can really enter the top 3 and be conferred marquee by His Majesty Emperor Qing, our Muqin County will really bask in your glory. Lu Hantian didn't question Zhuowen's words. He knew Zhuowen's character very well. Zhuowen wasn't the kind of person who was blindly confident and arrogant. Since he said such words, it meant that Zhuowen was indeed very confident in winning the conferred marquee battle this time. After speaking, Lu Hantian left the hall, and Zhuowen returned to the courtyard where his room was. Now he wanted to try if he could display the power of 6 Tao concepts with 6 spears in his 3 heads and 6 arms state. In a rather remote courtyard, there was no one around, and it was quiet and secluded. Zhuowen stood quietly in the center of the courtyard. With a creak, he suddenly transformed into his 3 heads and 6 arms state, and each of his 6 arms held a spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen moved like lightning. The 6 spears in his 6 arms turned into countless flickering shadows, and a terrifying spear intent burst out. It actually turned into 6 spear shadow domains around Zhuowen's body, almost enveloping the entire courtyard. Sure enough, the power of the spear intent has increased a lot, but it hasn't reached the effect of 6-fold combat strength. It seems to be only 3-fold. With a flash, Zhuowen stopped in the corner of the courtyard. The countless spear intents disappeared in the void, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. The spear intent that the 3 heads and 6 arms used had indeed increased a lot, but it didn't reach his expectations. Kid, it should be because your 6 arms didn't cooperate. If they cooperate in battle, the power that you can display will be really terrifying. While Zhuowen was puzzled, Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. Didn't cooperate? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Xiao Hei's words had awakened him from his daze. Zhuowen thought about his actions just now and realized that his 6 arms didn't have the slightest intention of cooperating with each other. He didn't perfectly display the 6 spear intent. Then let's do it again. After saying that, Zhuowen once again waved the spear in his hand. His whole body swept out like lightning, and he began to repeatedly try to perfect the 6 spears' cooperation. Time passed day by day, and soon 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, Zhuowen basically constantly tried to cooperate with the 6 spear intents in the courtyard, hoping to perfectly display the 6 spear intent. The results were naturally gratifying. With Xiao Hei's sharp eyes and guidance, Zhuowen made rapid progress. He could basically master the perfect combination of the 6 spear intents and display its full power. Looking at the dark night, Zhuowen let out a light breath. His eyes were full of anticipation. Tomorrow was the marquee battle, and he was very much looking forward to it. Pitter-patter-patter. A bolt of lightning flashed through the void, and then a heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky. The dense sound of rain resounded in the world and filled Zhuowen's surroundings. It's raining. Chapter 754. Ambush in the Dark Night Rumble. Another bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket streaked across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black rainy night for a moment before it turned eerily dark once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. Only the pitter-patter of rain could be heard. However, the ominous premonition in Zhuowen's heart grew even stronger. It was as if someone was watching him in the dark. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart rapidly swept over from the rainy night sky. It was as if dark clouds were gathering, adding a trace of mystery to the rainy night. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He was shocked to discover that the final destination of the figures shuttling through the rainy night was the drunken spring pavilion that he resided in. They were coming menacingly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, the courtyard that Zhuowen resided in was surrounded by dozens of people. These people were all dressed in black and wore ghost masks on their faces. They're all ultimate 9-wheel Emperor experts? Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he looked at the dozens of black-clothed people surrounding the courtyard. With his sharp senses, how could he not sense the auras of these black-clothed people? Moreover, there were 6 figures with even more terrifying auras standing proudly in the air in front of these black-clothed people. These 6 figures were dressed in long black robes and had slightly stooped back. They should be elders who were rather old. The auras of these 6 elders were much more terrifying. Looking at these 6 elders, Zhuowen's gaze became much more serious. These 6 elders were actually all experts from the Xuanzuan realm. What a big move! They had actually sent dozens of ultimate 9-wheel Emperor experts and 6 Xuanzuan realm experts just to kill Zhuowen. Who are you people? Standing quietly in the rain, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the 6 elders in front of him. His voice was cold and emotionless. We're the people who will kill you. At the front of the 6 elders was an elder with a pair of triangular eyes. His eyes narrowed as he spoke sinisterly. Zhuowen's heart sank when he heard this. Although he had already guessed it, he was still a little shocked when he heard the old man's words. To send such a lineup to kill him, Zhuowen had truly exceeded his expectations. Who sent you? Zhuowen asked coldly. What's the use of asking a person who is about to die? When you die, you can go to hell and ask the king of hell. The triangular-eyed old man laughed coldly, and then he waved his right hand and continued, all of you go and kill this kid in one go. Yes. Dozens of ultimate 9-wheels Emperor realm men in black responded in unison. Then, they rushed towards Zhuowen, who was in the courtyard. Their teamwork was extremely good. Elder Fu, don't you think the 3 patriarchs are being too cautious? To send the 6 of us to kill this kid, aren't they making a mountain out of a molehill? An elder with a ruddy complexion asked the triangular-eyed old man. The triangular-eyed old man called Elder Fu shook his head and said, This Zhuowen is not simple. The 3 patriarchs sent the 6 of us this time because they want to be absolutely sure that we can kill this kid here. The ruddy-faced elder frowned slightly when he heard this. He still felt that it was a little excessive for the 3 clan heads to send out 6 mystique venerables to kill a mere late-stage ultimate 9-wheel Emperor Realm martial artist. Just a few dozen ultimate 9th-wheel Emperor Realm cultivators working together would be enough to completely obliterate this kid. After all, no matter how heaven-defying this kid is, he's only an ultimate 9-wheels Emperor Realm cultivator. There's no need for the 6 of us to act at all. Another old man with a short stature suddenly spoke, and his gaze was filled with disdain as he glanced at Zhuowen. It's best not to be careless. After all, the 3 patriarchs attach great importance to this assassination mission. There's absolutely no room for error, Elder Fu said coldly with a slight frown. The other old men fell silent when they heard Elder Fu's words. Elder Fu was the strongest among the 6 of them. He was 1 step away from advancing to the Xuanzuan realm intermediate stage. He was slightly stronger than the 5 of them, so they basically followed Elder Fu's lead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Black shadows instantly surrounded Zhuowen like demons and monsters in the night. Dozens of ultimate 9-wheels Emperor Realm cultivators immediately surrounded Zhuowen so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Kill! Kill! The deafening battle cries immediately whistled out from the dozens of cultivators around them. They were like muffled thunder that exploded out of nowhere. It was so deafening that even the apathetic could hear them. Looking at the dozens of cultivators surrounding him, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Surging mind power surged out, and rays of cold light swept out from his spirit ring. The infinite sword formation immediately revolved slowly with Zhuowen at its center. Bang, bang, bang. The dozens of ultimate 9 wheels Emperor Realm cultivators attacked at the same time. The weapons in their hands flashed with extremely dazzling cold light in the rainy night. It was breathtaking. The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the periphery of the greater infinite sword formation. In the blink of an eye, the weapons of the dozens of martial artists had clashed with the greater infinite sword formation dozens of times. Each time, terrifying sparks flew out. It's just as the Patriarch said. He actually possesses grade 5 mind power. With the infinite sword formation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down Zhuowen in a short period of time. Looking at Zhuowen, who was surrounded by the infinite sword formation, Elder Fu frowned. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was also surprised that Zhuowen could cultivate his mind power to grade 5 at such a young age. His talent was not ordinary. It was no wonder that the 3 patriarchs had arranged such a large formation to deal with Zhuowen. When the other 5 elders saw Zhuowen use the greater limitless sword formation, their eyes more or less revealed shock. They also understood the intentions of the 3 patriarchs in their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in my place? A loud shout suddenly whistled out from one of the garrets in the drunken spring pavilion. The terrifying sound waves were like rolling thunder, constantly hovering above the drunken spring pavilion and rumbling. A figure flew out like a bird. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the figure's body. It had the power to suppress mountains. When the figure appeared, the expressions of the 6 elders changed drastically. Their bodies could not help but tremble. What a terrifying aura! This should be Lu Hantian from Muqin County, a heavenly venerate expert. Elder Fu's eyes flickered and his body trembled when he saw Lu Hantian rushing over. The 6 of them were only from the Xuanzuan realm. In the eyes of a heavenly venerate expert like Lu Hantian, they were as insignificant as ants. However, they stood motionless in the sky above the courtyard. They only quietly watched Lu Hantian rush over. How dare you try to kill Zhuowen right under my nose? All of you deserve to die. With Lu Hantian's cultivation and realm, he could see from afar that Zhuowen was surrounded by dozens of ultimate 9-wheel Emperor realm experts. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Rumble! Just as Lu Hantian was about 100 meters away from the courtyard, 3 figures suddenly flew out from below like shooting stars. They split into 3 directions and intercepted Lu Hantian. The 3 figures cooperated very well. At the same time, a huge formation diagram appeared above the 3 of them. The diagram in the center of the formation diagram was a patch of white chaos. Terrifying energy faintly spread out from it. The formation diagram emitted 3 rays of white light. They were like chains that connected the 3 figures, allowing the 3 of them to unleash an extremely terrifying power. The Chao family's chaotic tripartite formation? Lu Hantian, who was instantly trapped in the formation, immediately recognized the formation before him. His eyes were filled with coldness. When Lu Hantian's gaze landed on the 3 figures that had suddenly appeared, the chilling aura around him became even more intense, almost as if it had taken on a physical form. Chao Ji, Feng Tian, and Grant Haohai. The 3 of you are really something. You actually used such a despicable method to kill Zhuowen. Lu Hantian stared at the 3 figures outside the chaotic tripartite formation as he muttered to himself. The coldness on his face became more and more intense. As 3 of the 5 great families of the imperial capital province, the 3 of them were actually so shameless as to send people to kill a junior like Zhuowen. It was truly despicable. Brother Lu is mistaken. The Feng clan's Feng Yong and the Chao clan's Chao Ji were both killed by this little bastard, Zhuowen. What we're doing now is merely settling our grudges, so how is it despicable? After all, a life for a life is a matter of course. Grand Haohai stood outside the chaotic tripartite formation with his hands behind his back. He stared at Lu Hantian, who was within the formation. Victory was in his grasp. A life for a life? Grand Haohai, can you speak any more shamelessly? Whether it is Chao Ji or Feng Yong, they both want to kill Zhuowen. Since they want to kill Zhuowen, they should be prepared to be killed instead. Who can they blame if they die? As seniors, the three of you actually attacked a junior together. Do you even have any shame left? Lu Hantian asked coldly. We want Zhuowen to die. Moreover, we want him to die in an ugly manner. No matter what you say, you will not be able to change the fact that Zhuowen is dead. You should just stay in the chaotic tripartite formation for a while, and see how that little bastard Zhuowen dies. Chao Ji grinned. His face was filled with cruelty and coldness. The three of you are courting death. Do you really think that this chaotic tripartite formation can stop me, Lu Hantian? Lu Hantian's eyes darkened. With a wave of his sleeve, countless blood chi suddenly burst out from his body and formed countless blood-colored spear shadows around him. At this moment, Lu Hantian immediately used his best spear intent. Moreover, it was a spear intent that had reached the peak of perfection. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blood-colored spear shadows overflowed and bombarded the surrounding chaotic tripartite formation. With a rumbling sound, the chaotic tripartite formation, which looked abnormally sturdy, actually began to tremble violently. Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Yong were shocked. They quickly shouted, "The three of us will join forces to maintain the chaotic tripartite formation. Don't let Lu Hantian break through this chaotic tripartite formation." They were very clear about how terrifying Lu Hantian was. If they really let Lu Hantian escape from the chaotic tripartite formation, the three of them were no match for Lu Hantian. At that time, they could only run for their lives. Chapter 755. Frenzied Massacre. Break, break, break. Lu Hantian roared. Countless blood-red spear shadows spread out with him as the epicenter. Then, they exploded continuously. The terrifying power spread throughout the chaotic tripartite array. Rumble! The chaotic tripartite array trembled violently. Then, it erupted with an even more terrifying white light. Then, it remained motionless like a boulder. Ha! Lu Hantian, although you're a heavenly venerate expert and stronger than the three of us, under the amplification of the chaotic tripartite array, our strength has skyrocketed. We're comparable to a heavenly venerate expert. It won't be easy for you to break the chaotic tripartite array. Outside the array, Grand Haohai's face was filled with delight. He stared at Lu Hantian, who was inside the array, and sneered. "Old Grant, if anything happens to Zhuowen, I won't let you off." Within the array, Lu Hantian stood silently, no longer attacking. He had seen the might of the Chao family's chaotic tripartite array. Moreover, Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian, who were presiding over the chaotic tripartite array, were all golden venerate experts. The three of them could unleash the full power of the chaotic tripartite array. Even if Lu Hantian was trapped inside, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape in a short time. Grand Haohai's face twitched, but he said coldly, "Although you're very strong and I might not be your opponent, it won't be easy for you, Lu Hantian, to kill me." After speaking, Grand Haohai no longer paid attention to Lu Hantian. Instead, he, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian quietly presided over the chaotic tripartite array. They didn't dare to be careless. If Lu Hantian escaped, their assassination attempt would be in vain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Figures constantly rushed over from all directions of the imperial capital. In this rainy night, they were like demons and monsters, densely packed together. These figures were basically attracted by the battle between Lu Hantian and Grand Haohai. Aren't those three the Feng family's patriarch Feng Tian, Chao family's patriarch Chao Ji, and Grand family's patriarch Grand Lan Haohai? The three of them seem to be using the chaos tripartite array. There's someone inside the chaotic tripartite formation. That person seems to be Lu Hantian from Muqin County. This Lu Hantian is so terrifying. He actually needed the three family heads to work together and rely on the chaotic tripartite formation to suppress him. Look over there. There are so many ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm martial artists. They seem to be surrounding someone. Although most people's gazes were attracted by the battle between Grand Haohai and the other two, some people's gazes quickly landed on the densely packed figures in the courtyard. Then, to their astonishment, they discovered that there were more than 30 of these figures, and all of them had surging auras. They were actually all ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. What caused them to be even more shocked was that there were 6 figures quietly floating above these 30 over people. The auras of these 6 people were even more terrifying. Some of the sharp-eyed people immediately recognized that these 6 people were actually the elders of the Feng, Grand and Chao clans. These 6 people are all elders from the Xuanzuan realm. In addition, there are more than 30 ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm martial artists. Such a large formation is surrounding a single person. Just who is this person? When everyone saw the powerful formation in the courtyard, their expressions all changed. 6 Xuanzuan realm experts and more than 30 ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm martial artists. This formation was enough to kill any Xuanzuan realm martial artist. When they thought of this, everyone's gazes gathered on the figure surrounded by more than 30 ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm martial artists. When they saw the true appearance of this figure, all of them revealed astonished expressions. This was because the person being encircled was no stranger to them. It was actually Zhuowen, the newly ascended genius of the top 5, who suddenly rose to prominence. It's actually Zhuowen. Looks like the goal of the 3 great clans alliance is this Zhuowen. I heard that this Zhuowen killed 2 geniuses from the Chao and Feng families in a row during this ranking tournament. Moreover, this person has quite a bit of enmity with the Grand family. No wonder the patriarchs of the 3 great clans have brought out such a large force to deal with this person. This Zhuowen is very talented, and he's not weak either. However, against such a formation, I'm afraid that only death awaits him. Many people in the surroundings shook their heads and sighed when they saw the powerful formation surrounding Zhuowen. The formation that the 3 great clans had sent out this time was too terrifying. If a miracle didn't happen, Zhuowen would definitely die this time. The Grand family, the Chao family, and the Feng family. Aren't you 3 a little too shameless? You're openly attacking a junior. Do you even have any shame? A figure flew out from the drunken spring pavilion. It was the governor of Muqin County, Lu Nantian. At this moment, Lu Nantian also saw that Zhuowen was surrounded and Lu Hantian was trapped by the mixed yuan tripartite formation. His eyes were filled with rage, and he wanted to rescue Zhuowen. Old Lu, Old Chen, the 2 of you stop that Lu Nantian. That Lu Nantian is not weak. The 2 of you be careful. Old Fu indifferently glanced at Lu Nantian, who was swiftly rushing over to rescue Zhuowen, and instructed the 2 old men behind him. Old Lu and Old Chen nodded their heads. They took a step forward and instantly blocked Lu Nanshan's path like 2 meteors. They coldly stared at Lu Nantian and said, Lu Nantian, it's not worth offending our 3 great clans for such an insignificant brat. I advise you to mind your own business. 2 old fogies. Zhuowen is the genius of my Muqin County. Asking me to mind my own business is truly laughable. Lu Nanshan's eyes were cold. He didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and rushed towards the 2 old men. A terrifying aura burst out from Lu Nanshan's body like a monstrous tsunami and spread out. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame the 2 of us for being impolite. Old Lu and Old Chen's faces turned solemn. They coldly snorted and similarly terrifying auras burst out. Instantly, the 3 of them collided and a terrifying force exploded in the air like a hurricane. Lu Nantian was an intermediate stage cultivator in the Xuanzuan realm. He was stronger than Old Lu and Old Chen. Unfortunately, Old Lu and Old Chen cooperated well and were evenly matched with Lu Nantian. In the courtyard, Zhuowen, who was within the greater infinite sword array, naturally saw everything that happened in the sky. He also saw Chao Ji, Feng Tian, and Grand Haohai, who were using the chaotic tripartite array. Good, good, good. Chao family, Feng family, and Grand family, you guys are really good. You actually chose this time to assassinate me. Zhuowen's gaze turned even colder. The Chao family and Feng family had a death feud with him. Zhuowen was not surprised that they would seek revenge on him. However, the Grand family had interfered between the two families. This made Zhuowen feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his heart. In any case, the Grand family and Zhuo family had been friends for generations. Moreover, he, Zhuowen, had never killed a single member of the Grand family. Instead, it was the Grand Lily who had been targeting him in the Peach Blossom origin map. They had even tried to kill him at all costs. Speaking of which, he, Zhuowen, did not owe the Grand family anything. He did not even have any deep hatred. But now, Grand Haohai had joined forces with the Chao and Feng families to completely eliminate him. How could this not make Zhuowen's heart turn cold? Grand Haohai, my father's good brother? Hee, how ironic. Zhuowen laughed. His laughter was somewhat savage and even crazy. His voice was hoarse and cold. Everything that Grand Haohai had done had completely enraged Zhuowen. Since you want to kill me, Zhuowen, then I, Zhuowen, will let you know what kind of price you have to pay to kill me. As he spoke, Zhuowen immediately formed a seal with both hands. The mental strength in his Naiwen palace poured out and adhered to the surface of the Infinity Sword formation. Infinity Sword formation, yin-yang form. With a low roar, a yin-yang pattern suddenly appeared above the Infinity Sword formation. This yin-yang pattern rotated at high speed, causing the Infinity Sword formation to split into yin and yang. One was black and the other was white, forming the yin-yang sword formation. Puchi. As soon as the yin-yang sword formation appeared, the two warriors closest to it were immediately covered and completely entangled. Without even a groan, they turned into a ball of blood. Kill! Zhuowen flipped his right hand and a 3-meter-long bone spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, 3 pairs of huge lightning wings grew out of Zhuowen's back. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared. Seeing that their attacks had missed, the gazes of the 3 people narrowed as astonishment appeared on their faces. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Just as they were about to search for Zhuowen's figure, a sinister voice resounded in their ears. Are you looking for me? As soon as the words came out, the 3 of them narrowed their eyes and suddenly turned their heads. They immediately saw Zhuowen with lightning wings on his back, appearing behind them as if he had teleported. A cold light flashed out. The bone spear in Zhuowen's hand was swung out and swept towards the 3's necks. Block it! The 3 of them had cold gazes as they raised the weapons in their hands in an attempt to block Zhuowen's spear. Can you block it? Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out once again. Subsequently, a terrifying spear intent erupted around the bone spear as its speed soared to the extreme. Before the 3 of them could react, Zhuowen had already brushed past them. Drip! A stream of blood trickled down from the tip of the bone spear and gathered on the ground to form a blood stream. Plop! The 3 warriors slowly turned their heads and stared at the figure standing silently behind them. Then, each of them clutched their necks and fell to the ground, completely losing all signs of life. A terrifying wound had appeared on their neck. The massacre is not over yet. After killing the 3 of them in an instant, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the 20-plus assassins above the yin-yang sword array. The chilling intent at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. With a stomp of his foot, lightning streaked across the void. Zhuowen was like a snake in the void as he swept past the 20-plus figures at an extremely fast speed. Every time he brushed past these cultivators, Zhuowen's bone spear was as fast as lightning, shuttling through the cultivator's vital points and causing blood to splatter. Chapter 756. Explode. 3 heads and 6 arms plop. In an instant, nearly a third of the 30 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had been killed by Zhuowen. Their corpses fell like raindrops. As for Zhuowen, he didn't hold back at all. As he killed these people, the great blood-sucking technique in his body suddenly circulated, absorbing all the blood essence of these cultivators into his body. The blood-sucking technique could absorb a cultivator's essence blood. This essence blood contained a vast amount of energy. Not only could it help Zhuowen heal, but it could also help him increase his cultivation. However, this kind of essence blood had a great drawback. There were many impurities in it, and it also contained side effects such as resentment. If it weren't for the help of the blood demon suppressed in the green coffin, Zhuowen wouldn't have used the blood-sucking technique so easily. However, he had no qualms about using it now. After all, the blood demon could help him filter out the impurities in the essence blood. Actually, what Zhuowen feared the most were the 6 Xuanzuan realm elders floating silently at the top of the courtyard. Although 2 of the elders had been pinned down by Lu Nantian, there were still 4 Xuanzuan realm elders. What Zhuowen needed now was strength. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible to deal with these 4 mystique, venerable rank martial artists. That was why Zhuowen had recklessly used a secret technique like the blood-sucking technique, which had such a huge side effect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Zhuowen continued to absorb the essence blood, the aura in his body grew stronger and stronger. With a stomp of his foot, he became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. With a wave of his hand, countless spear intents erupted, reaping the lives of several cultivators. In an instant, another 10 cultivators had lost their lives to Zhuowen's bone spear. Countless drops of blood fell from the sky along with the surrounding rainy night. It was an eerie night. What a terrifying fellow! More than 30 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators surrounded him, but this Zhuowen broke through their encirclement and killed more than 20 of them. Looking at the 20 over miserable corpses in the courtyard, the hearts of many surrounding cultivators trembled. These were more than 20 ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators. Even in the 5 great clans, they were considered high-ranking members. Now, they had been slaughtered like dogs in Zhuowen's hands. This little bastard, how did he suddenly erupt with such terrifying battle strength? In the sky above the courtyard, Old Fu and the other 3, who were originally unconcerned, also noticed the numerous ultimate 9-wheel Emperor Realm assassins being massacred below. Their pupils involuntarily shrank. This brat has grasped the spear intent. No wonder he can erupt with such terrifying combat strength. We can't let him continue his massacre. Old Gu, you go and kill this brat. Elder Fu furrowed his brows and ordered a sloppily dressed purple-robed old man behind him. Elder Gu nodded and flew toward Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was in the middle of a killing spree when he suddenly felt a sharp sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Zhang Xian's sharp senses told him that one of the 4 Grand Elders had already made a move. Thus, Zhang Xian leaped into the air and transformed into a streak of lightning, dodging Elder Gu's attack behind him. Rumble! The ancient and emaciated palm suddenly slapped the empty space where Zhuowen was, but it actually missed, causing him to instantly frown. What a cunning brat! But do you think you can escape from me like this? Elder Gu's lips curled up as he leaped toward Zhuowen again. His speed was even faster than before, and he arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. What a fast speed! Looking at Elder Gu, who was close at hand, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He waved the bone spear in his hand, and a surging spear intent erupted, forming a ring-shaped blue spear shadow domain around him. You're so young, but you're already able to comprehend spear intent. Your talent is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, a genius like you will die here tonight. Old Gu let out a cold snort. His shriveled hand was ruthlessly pressed downwards. An invisible pressure came crushing downwards like a ferocious beast and heavily smashed against the blue spear shadow domain. Crack! Under Zhuowen's shocked gaze, The blue spear shadow domain shattered like fragile glass, and Elder Gu's palm slammed into Zhuowen's chest. Swoosh! Zhuowen fell like a withered leaf, crashing into the courtyard and forming a huge crater. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Zhuowen is dead for sure. He's dead for sure after taking a full blow from a Xuanzuan realm cultivator. It's a pity that such a genius has offended 3 of the 5 great families of the imperial city. It's quite sad that he's met such an end. When Zhuowen was blasted into the courtyard by Elder Gu's palm, sighs could be heard from the surroundings. After all, the gap between the ultimate Emperor realm and the Xuanzuan realm was too great. No matter how talented Zhuowen was, what was the use of being invincible among his peers after mastering Spear Intent? In front of the Xuanzuan realm, which was a level higher than him, he was as weak as an ant. That kid shouldn't be dead yet, but he shouldn't be far from it. The 10 of you go down and finish off that kid and take his spirit ring. Elder Gu stood quietly in the air above the courtyard with his hands behind his back as he gave orders to the remaining 10 cultivators around him. Of the 30 or so ultimate Emperor realm cultivators, only 10 were left after Zhuowen killed them. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss this time. Yes, the 10 cultivators cupped their hands, and then their faces were filled with hatred. Among the 20 or so people Zhuowen had killed, many of them were good friends. Now, because of Zhuowen, they were all dead. The 10 of them wanted nothing more than to skin Zhuowen alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 of them instantly turned into 10 streaks of light and shot toward the crater below the courtyard where Zhuowen had fallen. The weapons in their hands emitted a frightening cold light. When the 10 of them approached the crater, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the crater. Then, 6 blue spear shadows shot out from the golden light. Of the 10 cultivators who had rushed over, the fastest 6 instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist under the 6 spear shadows. A golden figure suddenly shot out like a god or a demon. The 6 clouds of blood mist turned into streams of blood essence energy that flowed back into the golden figure. Is the Xuanzuan realm really that great? Stepping on the ground, the golden light slowly receded, revealing a tall and muscular figure. When the surrounding people saw this figure, they all sucked in a breath of cold air because this figure actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. One of the heads was naturally Zhuowen, while the other 2 heads were in 2 different directions. They were Buddha's heads. Each of the 6 arms held a long spear that flowed with light and color. They were all powerful earth-rank spirit treasures. How did Zhuowen turn into such a strange figure? This lad must have cultivated some kind of strange secret body refining technique. Many of the onlookers frowned as they looked at Zhuowen with 3 heads and 6 arms. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. Old Gu, who was high above, looked down at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in his calm eyes. He could faintly feel that the current Zhuowen was actually much more terrifying than before. Run! 6 of the 10 cultivators who had originally approached were killed in an instant. The remaining 4 were already filled with fear. They shouted and fled in all directions. Run? You'd better stay. At this moment, Zhuowen had finally used the nirvana of the Great Sun. His body had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. Regardless of whether it was his combat awareness or physical strength, it had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen instantly shot out. Then, 4 shrill screams were heard. The 4 people who had fled instantly turned into 4 corpses. Poochie! 4 surging blood essences turned into 4 blood threads that burrowed into Zhuowen's body. With a rumble, Zhuowen's aura skyrocketed to the limit. Then, a muffled sound like thunder rang out from within his body. After absorbing the blood essences of more than 30 ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm experts, Zhuowen finally made a breakthrough. He directly advanced from the advanced 9th Wheel Emperor Realm to the peak of the 9th Wheel Emperor Realm. He made a breakthrough? This lad just absorbed the blood essences of others and turned them into his own strength. Old Gu's eyes narrowed. He had clearly seen Zhuowen absorbing the blood thread. Those were the blood essences of the 4 dead cultivators. What a strange lad. This lad must die. The death of more than 30 ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm cultivators had thoroughly infuriated Old Gu. They were all elite cultivators of the clan. The loss of any one of them was extremely painful. Now that more than 30 of them had been sacrificed, how could he not be pained? Just in time. Looking at Old Gu, who was charging straight at him, Zhuowen let out a long howl. With a stomp of his foot, his 6 arms brandished 6 long spears. 6 terrifying spear essences surged out from Zhuowen's body. Rumble! The instant the two came into contact, the 6 Daos spear intent domain erupted in front of Zhuowen. Following which, the old man's pupils slightly contracted as he discovered that under the terrifying might of the 6 Daos spear intent domain, his attack actually appeared to be so insignificant. Poochie! Old Gu spat out a mouthful of blood. He stepped back several hundred steps in the air before barely managing to stop himself. He stared in horror at the 3-headed, 6-armed Zhuowen in front of him. What? Zhuowen is so strong. How did he become so strong? He made Old Gu of the Xuanzuan realm retreat several hundred steps in one move. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. They stared in disbelief at Old Gu, who was in a sorry state, and Zhuowen, who was standing in the air without moving an inch. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was stronger after the two of them exchanged blows. Ha ha! Your 3 great clans are a bunch of good-for-nothings. More than 30 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators surrounded Zhuowen. Not only were they unable to harm a single hair on Zhuowen's body, they were even beaten to a pulp. Now, even the elders of the Xuanzuan realm have joined the fray, but they were forced to retreat several hundred meters. What a bunch of trash! Within the chaotic tripartite formation, Lu Hantian also saw the terrifying battle in the sky above the courtyard. When he saw Zhuowen kill more than 30 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, Lu Hantian smiled. Then, Zhuowen's 3-headed, 6-armed form forced Old Gu of the Xuanzuan realm to retreat. Even Lu Hantian revealed a trace of surprise in his heart. Zhuowen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. A mere ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was actually able to suppress an initial stage cultivator of the Xuanzuan realm. Lan Haohai, Chao Yen, and Feng Tian all had ugly expressions. Zhuowen's battle record had also shocked the 3 of them. How did this kid grow so quickly? Chao Ji said through gritted teeth. This Zhuowen must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 757. For mystic venerates working together, the surrounding martialists froze when they heard Grand Haohai's words. It seemed like Grand Haohai was determined to kill Zhuowen. He had actually asked 4 powerhouses from the Xuanzuan realm to work together to kill Zhuowen. Grand Haohai, how shameless are you? You actually asked 4 family elders to work together to deal with a junior like Zhuowen. You are really shameless. Lu Hantian, who was within the mixed tripartite formation, had a cold look in his eyes. His hands weren't slow as they continuously blasted the surrounding array formation. The terrifying power caused the mixed tripartite formation to tremble violently. Unfortunately, the mixed tripartite formation formed by the 3 family heads was too terrifying. Even though Lu Hantian had used all his strength, he could only cause the mixed tripartite formation to tremble violently. He couldn't break it. Humph! Lu Hantian, don't waste your energy. The mixed tripartite formation is a grade 6 origin formation. Even if you are a heavenly venerate, you won't be able to escape. Now, you'd better watch with your own eyes how that little bastard Zhuowen will die. Grand Haohai glared coldly at Lu Hantian, who was within the mixed tripartite formation, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. At that moment, in the sky above the courtyard, Old Fu and the other 2 looked at each other. Among them, Old Fu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you've seen it too. Zhuowen is truly strange. Even old Gu was forced back by him. Moreover, the head of the Grand Family has ordered us to join hands and thoroughly kill him. The other two old men nodded in agreement when they heard Elder Fu's words. They were also shocked that Zhuo had pushed Elder Fu back several hundred meters with one strike. Since they had already offended a monstrous genius like Zhuo today, they had to completely eliminate him. Otherwise, when he grew up in the future, they would suffer a calamity. "Let's work together and kill this kid in one fell swoop," Big Fox roared. He took a step forward, and with the other two elders, they turned into 3 streaks of light and flew towards Zhuo. In an instant they were above Zhuo. At that moment, Zhuo was holding 6 spears in his hands. He had just repelled old Gu and was about to give chase when he heard Grand Haohai's shout. Grand Haohai! Zhuo's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent towards Grand Haohai was surging like a tsunami. This Grand Haohai had tried to kill him time and time again. This had thoroughly infuriated Zhuo. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures appeared above Zhuo in an instant. Elder Fu and the other two attacked at the same time, sending out 3 horrifying palm prints. The void cracked and countless air currents were stirred up, crushing down on Zhuo below. Damn it! Feeling the 3 horrifying palm prints above him, Zhuo swung his 6 arms, and the 6 spear intent domains condensed out once again. They revolved around Zhuo's body, forming 6 blue shields. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 3 palm prints descended above Zhuo's head. The horrifying pressure caused the space around Zhuo to collapse into countless fragments, revealing a black hole with strong winds. Block it! The palm print and the 6 spear intent domains clashed in an instant, followed by a terrifying explosion. Zhuo let out a muffled groan as he involuntarily retreated several hundred meters before barely managing to stop himself. Zhuo felt a tightness in his chest, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo's gaze became even colder. He actually blocked it? Elder Fu stood in front of the 3 elders and stared at Zhuo, who was a few hundred meters away, with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. The 3 of them from the Xuanzuan realm had attacked together, and this kid actually didn't die. Old Gu, come over quickly. The 4 of us will kill this kid together. Elder Fu also knew that the young man in front of him wasn't simple. He quickly summoned Old Gu, who wasn't far away, and wanted the 4 of them to work together to deal with Zhuo. Old Gu still had some lingering fear in his heart. Zhuo's attack just now had sent him flying a few hundred steps away, which had really shocked him. After all, Zhuo was only at the ultimate Emperor realm, and yet he was able to completely suppress him in terms of strength. It was unbelievable. He's only at the ultimate Emperor realm, but he already has the power to fight against a Xuanzuan realm cultivator. This kid is too terrifying. If we don't kill him now, he'll probably become even more powerful when he advances to the Xuanzuan realm. Old Gu's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and came to the side of Elder Fu and the other 2 elders. His gaze was fixed on Zhuo, who was a few hundred meters away. Zhuo, with the 4 of us attacking together, you'll definitely die. I'll give you a chance now. Kill yourself, and perhaps we'll leave your corpse intact. Elder Fu stepped forward slowly with the 4 of them in the lead. He looked down at Zhuo in the distance with arrogance in his eyes. Although he was shocked that Zhuo had sent Old Gu retreating with one move, Zhuo wasn't a match for the 4 of them working together. After all, if the 4 of them worked together, they could even fight against a late-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. Zhuo hadn't even reached the Xuanzuan realm. The strength he displayed should only be slightly stronger than a cultivator at the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the 4 of them. You 4 disrespectful old trash, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? I'd like to ask, all 4 of you are Xuanzuan realm cultivators, and I, Zhuo, am only at the ultimate Emperor realm. My realm is lower than yours. But now, not only are the four of you working together, but you're also acting so matter-of-factly. Don't you even have a basic sense of shame? Zhuowen slowly stood in the void and stared coldly at Elder Fu and the other three as he spoke word by word. Hearing this, Elder Fu and the other three's faces turned ugly. Zhuowen was right. If any one of them went against Zhuowen, they would be bullying the weak. But now, the four of them from the Xuanzuan realm were working together to fight against a junior. After this battle, the four of them would probably be despised by many. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. Humph. You talk a lot of nonsense. No matter what you say today, it's useless because you're going to die. Elder Fu snorted coldly and said to the three elders behind him, "Release your armor souls. Let's end this quickly and kill this little bastard in one fell swoop." As he spoke, Elder Fu stomped his foot, and a ray of light burst out from his body. Then, a huge black python that was hundreds of feet long appeared above Elder Fu. Elder Fu leaped up and stood on the head of the black python. This black python was Elder Fu's armor soul, the dark python. At this moment it had been concretized. The other three elders also released their armor souls. They used the power of their nascent souls to concretize their armor souls. The ancient armor soul was made of countless blood-red vines. At this moment, they wrapped around Elder Fu's body and turned into a blood-red vine armor on the surface of his body. It looked majestic. The other two elders' armor souls, one of which was a longsword, and the other was a broadsword, lined up on either side of Elder Fu. In the heavenly armor continent, weapon armor souls were considered low-class armor souls. Due to their limited growth potential, concretization could only concretize weapon armor souls. Although the materialization of the weapon armor soul produced weapons that were much tougher than ordinary spiritual treasures, they were not as helpful to the four honorable realm warriors as those beast-type martial souls. Even the ancient vine martial soul was much weaker. There was no doubt that the two elders with a broadsword and a sword on either side of Elder Fu were the weakest of the four. "Kill this kid as soon as possible." After the four of them released their armor souls, Elder Fu shouted coldly. He led the four of them and turned into four streams of light, dashing toward Zhuowen. This time they had to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen is doomed. For Mystique Venerables, and all of them are Mystique Venerables who have released their armor souls to fight. Zhuowen is no match for them. Countless warriors who were watching in the dark shook their heads and sighed. No one thought that Zhuowen could escape from the siege of Elder Fu and the other three elders. As Mystique Venerable Realm warriors, the four of you have no dignity at all. How can the four of you team up to fight a junior? Lu Nantian, who was fighting fiercely with the other two elders, also saw the actions of Elder Fu and the other three elders. His face was filled with anger. Elder Fu and the other three elders were too shameless. Four Xuanzuan realm warriors teamed up to fight a ultimate nine-wheel royal realm warrior. Unfortunately, the two elders in front of him were like sticky candy, clinging tightly to him. Lu Nantian could not free himself to save Zhuowen. On the other side of the void, Zhuowen took a deep breath. He waved his 6 arms and unleashed the 6 spear intense to the maximum. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the 4 elders. What? That Zhuowen is not running away? Is he going to fight? Isn't he digging his own grave? Zhuowen's unusual actions instantly caused shock to appear in the eyes of many people. Not only did Zhuowen not retreat, he was charging forward bravely instead. He actually intended to fight by himself, and he was simply courting death. Ultimate sword formations, yin-yang form. The moment he charged out, Zhuowen's mental power surged out from his mud-pill palace. The greater infinity sword formation split into yin and yang and turned into a yin-yang sword formation. It suddenly swept towards Elder Fu, who was standing on the black python. Whoosh! In an instant, the yin-yang sword formation enveloped Elder Fu. Elder Fu was the strongest among the 4, so Zhuowen had to restrain him in order to have a chance of fighting. Otherwise, with Elder Fu's help, Zhuowen did not think that he could withstand the joint attack of 4 Xuanzuan realm warriors. Zhuowen, although your mentality is strong, it's not enough to stop me. Elder Fu's voice sounded from within the yin-yang sword formation. Then, the yin-yang pattern above the sword formation shattered, and Elder Fu charged out of the formation. Don't be so sure. Zhuowen snorted and no longer suppressed his mentality. The mentality of a complete grade 5 mentality poured out and formed countless mentality storms around his body. Zhuowen's spiritual energy was tempered by the 10,000 evolutions scripture. His Naiwen palace had already produced nearly 200 strands of spiritual energy. In terms of spiritual energy, Zhuowen's spiritual energy far exceeded that of a 5th stage Paragon Arcana Master. Ultimate Sword Formation's Heaven's Bane. The moment Zhuowen released all of his mentality of a complete grade 5 mentality, he used the third move of the Ultimate Sword Formation, Heaven's Bane. Rumble. Countless sword lights burst out from the sword formation. The endless sword lights gathered in the void and formed an oval-shaped dome. The dome was completely formed by the sword lights. When Heaven's Bane was used, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Chapter 758. On the verge of death boom, the dome formed by the sword light instantly crushed down, completely enveloping Elder Fu and his black oil python. A sound like muffled thunder burst out from the dome, and the space within a radius of several hundred feet shattered into countless pieces like glass. Elder Gu and the other 2 old men were outside the domed sword light. They looked at the shattered space in shock and retreated several thousand feet before stabilizing themselves. What a terrifying mind power! What a powerful sword formation! Zhuowen is a complete grade 5 Arcana Master. Looking at the space that had completely collapsed under the domed sword light, not only were old Gu and the other 2 stunned, but the surrounding cultivators were also stunned. Although Zhuowen had revealed a 5th grade soul force in the top 5, at that time, Huang Fu Wuji simply wasn't worth Zhuowen using his full strength. Thus, everyone thought that Zhuowen was only a small success 5th grade Arcana Master. But now, after Zhuowen had used the Greater Infinite Sword Formation's 3rd sword move, the Heaven's Bane, and the Mind Power Storm that swept across the sky, everyone realized that Zhuowen's mind power was not only at the lesser grade 5 Arcana Master, but at the complete grade 5 Arcana Master. Moreover, judging from the terrifying power of the Heaven's Bane, Zhuowen's mind power was even more terrifying than an ordinary complete grade 5 Arcana Master. Mind power at the complete grade 5 Arcana Master. This kid, just as Grand Haohai, Chao Ji, and Feng Tian reacted, they saw that Elder Fu, the strongest among them, was suppressed by the Heavenbreaker style. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. This kid must die. Even if Elder Fu is not here, Elder Gu and the other 2 old men can still completely obliterate this kid. Grand Haohai's eyes were gloomy. After seeing Zhuowen's various techniques, Grand Haohai's killing intent towards Zhuowen surged. Zhuowen must die, or there would be endless trouble in the future. Elder Gu even saw the shadow of Zhuo Xiaotian in Zhuowen. Although he didn't find out that Zhuowen had a dragon's soul in his body when he probed his sea of consciousness back then, his terrifying mental strength talent was actually not inferior to that of Zhuowen back then. This kind of genius had already formed a death grudge, so they definitely couldn't let him continue to live. Otherwise, when he completely matured, their 3 families would have to bear an indelible disaster. Old Gu, what are the 3 of you doing? Kill that bastard Zhuowen for me. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me. Glancing at the stunned old Gu trio in the air, Grand Haohai involuntarily cried out in a flustered and exasperated manner. Currently, his mood was very bad. They had originally thought that they would be able to kill Zhuowen with more than 30 Ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators and 6 Xuanzuan Realm elders. However, the reality before his eyes was a harsh slap to Grand Haohai's face. Not only had Zhuowen killed more than 30 ultimate Ninth Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators, but Zhuowen had also killed more than 10 ultimate Ninth Wheel Emperor Realm cultivators. He had even transformed into a three-headed, six-armed Dharma body, and his combat strength had soared to a level comparable to the experts of the Xuanzuan realm. He had even repelled Old Gu's attack. Not only that, but Zhuowen had also revealed the terrifying mental strength of a fifth-grade great perfection and used a terrifying secret spirit technique like the Sky's Bane to suppress Old Fu, who was the strongest among them this time. Zhuowen had really exceeded Grand Haohai's expectations time and time again. Now, Grand Haohai suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated this young man called Zhuowen in front of him. I was careless. After all, he is the son of the evildoer Zhuo Xiaotian. Like father, like son. Glancing at the three-headed, six-armed figure, Grand Haohai's eyes had a trace of annoyance. Back when he had investigated Zhuowen's body and discovered that Zhuowen only had a useless armor soul, he hadn't taken him seriously. Now, he realized that his carelessness back then had led to such a huge disaster. Zhuowen, go to hell. So what if your strength is extraordinary and your talent is monstrous? So what if Old Fu isn't here? Today you will definitely die. The three rays of light arrived at Zhuowen in an instant. Elder Gu, who was in the leading position, waved his sleeves, and countless blood-colored vines spread out from his blood-colored armor. It looked like a sea of vines, which completely surrounded Zhuowen. Break! Zhuowen stood tall. His 3 heads and 6 eyes were constantly observing the surrounding environment. The moment Old Fu's blood-red vines swept over, Zhuowen moved. Boom! 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 6 long spears turned into 6 cold lights. The blood-red vines that were about to approach Zhuowen were instantly smashed into countless blood foam. Unfortunately, the countless blood-red vines were too terrifying. They seemed to be endless. Even though Zhuowen had destroyed them, they could still regenerate endlessly. Under the annihilation and regeneration of the blood-red vines, Zhuowen was almost exhausted. He could only constantly wave the 6 long spears in his hands to resist the attacks of the blood-red vines around him. The 2 of you attack from the left and right. Don't let this kid escape. You must kill him in one fell swoop. Seeing the exhausted Zhuowen running for his life, the corners of Old Gu's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He instructed the 2 old men beside him. With a wave of his right hand, an even more terrifying number of blood-colored vines rushed out from his blood armor. The 2 old men with armor souls, one with a saber and one with a sword, nodded. With a stomp of their feet, they turned into 2 streamers and attacked Zhuowen from the left and right. After all, the saber and sword in the hands of the 2 old men were transformed from their armor souls. Their toughness and power were much stronger than ordinary earth-rank spiritual treasures. They were existences close to heaven-rank spiritual treasures. Whoosh! Not good! Hearing the sounds of the air being torn apart, Zhuowen's ears twitched. Naturally, he noticed the 2 old men attacking from the left and right. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He was almost exhausted to deal with the blood-red vines around him. Moreover, his mental strength was controlling the greater infinity sword formation to suppress Old Fu, who was in the midst of the sword light. He really couldn't free himself to deal with the 2 old men. Die! The 2 old men growled at the same time. A saber and a sword respectively pierced Zhuowen's chest from the left and right of Zhuowen. You want me to die? It's not that easy. Zhuowen roared. His 6 arms exerted force at the same time and blocked the countless blood-red vines in front of him. 2 of his arms swung the long spear horizontally. Clang! The saber and the sword arrived in an instant and blasted on the long spear. The sound of metal clashing resounded and countless sparks burst out. The powerful force caused Zhuowen to groan. His hand went numb and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Get out of my way! Zhuowen roared. Golden light burst out from his body, and the strength in his body increased by a lot. He directly blocked the attacks of the two old men on his left and right. Thud! 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 The two old men's pupils shrank. They felt a powerful force gushing out and involuntarily retreated dozens of meters away. Zhuowen, don't forget that there's still me. The moment Zhuowen exploded with power and repelled the two old men, he was at his weakest. A sinister figure appeared in front of him. Not good. Hearing this, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He raised his head and saw that old man Gu, who was wearing blood-red armor, was already 5 meters away from him. Old man Gu clenched his fist, and countless blood-red vines covered his right fist. The surface of his fist was covered with ferocious blood-red thorns. Blood rush fist. Old man Gu threw out a punch. The terrifying force even appeared on the surface of his fist, and a ring-shaped airwave appeared on Zhuowen's chest. Poochie! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent like a shrimp and his eyes bulged. Then, he fell down like a falling star. Rumble! He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit that was dozens of feet deep. Zhuowen struggled to get up and spat out another mouthful of blood. The rain was still falling. Occasionally, lightning would streak across the sky, bringing a brief moment of light to this pitch-black rainy night. Under the pitter-patter of the rain, Zhuowen struggled to get up from the pit. He looked up at old Gao and the other two old men in the sky. He was panting and his eyelids were drooping. The continuous battle had already exhausted Zhuowen both physically and mentally. However, there was still a breath in his heart, an extremely sullen breath. It was this breath that made Zhuowen stubbornly unwilling to fall. You can still stand up after taking a full blow from this old man's blood rush fist. Old man Gu looked down in astonishment at Zhuowen, who was struggling to get up. His gaze was filled with astonishment, but there was even more ridicule in it. Zhuowen, how are you going to fight us in your current state? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let this old man send you on your way. Old man Gu let out a hearty laugh. He stomped his foot and swooped down like a rock spreading its wings. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched into a fist. He had actually used the blood rush fist once again. This time, he wanted to completely eliminate Zhuowen. It's over. Zhuowen is finished. Under such circumstances, he's dead for sure. In the rainy night, the crowd hiding in the dark looked at the swaying Zhuowen and old man Gu, who was swooping down like a hot knife through butter. Everyone knew that Zhuowen was doomed. I can't accept this. Zhuowen roared. 6 spears were placed in front of his chest. Blue spear intent burst forth and formed 6 spear intent domains in front of him to protect him. It's useless. Now that you've suffered such a serious injury, how much strength can you unleash? Only death awaits you. Old man Gu arrived in an instant. His right fist punched out and turned into countless blood rays. Instantly, the 6 spear intent domains in front of Zhuowen collapsed and turned into dust. Poochie! Zhuowen was forced to retreat. The 6 spears stabbed into the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhuowen stabilized his body, 2 figures swept over from the void and instantly appeared on both sides of Zhuowen. Saber light and sword light flashed and 2 cold rays of light instantly pierced into Zhuowen's abdomen. The saber and sword elders had launched a sneak attack the moment Zhuowen retreated. They wanted to kill Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had cultivated the great sun nirvana and his physical body was unparalleled in the world, the saber and sword in the hands of the saber and sword elders were the materialization of their soul armor. They were extremely sharp and could naturally pierce through Zhuowen's body. Poochie! Zhuowen spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt unbearable pain all over his body. His mouth and nose were already flooded with blood. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His abdomen, which had been pierced by the saber and sword, was burning with pain. Plop! Chapter 759. Blood Sacrifice Sealed Gate Drip. The rain continued to fall in the quiet night. The pitter-patter of the rain continued to reverberate throughout the land. Silence. A deathly silence. Regardless of whether it was the countless cultivators hidden in the dark, Grand Hao-hai and the other two in charge of the chaotic tripartite formation, or Lu Hantian who was trapped in the formation, all of them were dead silent. Even Lu Nantian, who was fighting with the two mystique venerable rank elders, had stopped. His pupils shrank as he stared at the figure in the courtyard below. At this moment, the golden glow on Zhuowen's body had dimmed. The 3 heads and 6 arms that grew from his body drooped powerlessly. A saber and a sword had pierced through his abdomen. Golden blood slowly flowed out from the huge wound on his abdomen like a fountain. Drip, drip. The crisp sound of blood falling to the ground mixed with the sound of rain. It was hard to tell whether it was the sound of rain or blood. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone stopped moving as their gazes gathered on Zhuowen. Everyone had different expressions when they saw Zhuowen's abdomen that had been pierced through. Everyone knew that the 3 great clans had mobilized so many people to surround and annihilate Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen's abdomen had been pierced through by the saber and sword elders, his injuries were fatal. In other words, Grand Hao-hai and the others had achieved their goal. Ha! Old Gu, the 3 of you have done well. Now that this kid is dead, the 3 of you will have contributed greatly when you return to the clan. A smile appeared on Grand Hao-hai's face. Soon after, his smile became even more brilliant. In the end, he raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely savage and unbridled. Zhuowen, the thorn in his side and the pain in his flesh, had finally reached his end. How could Grand Hao-hai be happy? Even Feng Tian and Chao Yan, who were in charge of the other 2 sides of the chaotic tripartite formation, revealed carefree smiles. Bastards! You actually dared to kill Zhuowen. After a moment of silence, Lu Hantian, who was trapped in the chaotic tripartite formation, roared furiously. His eyes were filled with monstrous fury. Break for me! As he spoke, Lu Hantian stomped his foot and an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. Waves of seemingly solid blood qi spread out from his body like a fountain. Boom! Boom! Countless blood qi condensed and turned into a blood pillar that pierced through the sky. Then, the sound of glass shattering could be heard from the void above. A huge hole was torn open in the space above the blood pillar. A huge blood-colored door shot out from the opening in the void. It turned into a blood-colored meteor and crushed toward the chaotic tripartite formation. Big Brother's armor soul, blood sacrifice to the sealed door. Lu Nanshan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blood-red door falling from the sky. A trace of caution appeared on his face. The inherited armor soul of the house of Marquis Qin was the sealed door. However, Lu Hantian was a freak. His inherited armor soul was a mutated armor soul. Although it was also a sealed door, it had a terrifying blood qi and was extremely evil. It was called the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door. The Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door was much more terrifying than the ordinary sealed door. It represented killing intent. Once it attacked, there would definitely be blood. It was evil and terrifying. It was because the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door was too terrifying and evil. Moreover, this strange sealed door also had a certain level of intelligence. It would often have thoughts of backfiring. Even Lu Hantian found it difficult to completely control the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door. Because of this, Lu Hantian rarely revealed his armor soul. He was afraid that he would suffer a backlash from the Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door if he wasn't careful. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, now that Zhuowen's life was in danger, how could Lu Hantian care about this? He only wanted to rush out of the chaotic tripartite formation and save Zhuowen. Boom! The Blood Sacrifice Sealed Door instantly arrived and landed on the chaotic tripartite formation. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. The chaotic tripartite formation trembled violently and cracks appeared on its surface. What? This is Lu Hantian's armor soul. Its power is so terrifying. Glan Haohai and the other two looked at the chaotic tripartite formation that was trembling violently and faintly cracking. We can't let Lu Hantian escape from the chaotic tripartite formation. The two of you don't hold back anymore. Glan Haohai's face was solemn. He formed a seal with his hands and used his armor soul materialization. His strength soared by several times. Feng Tian and Chao Ji also knew that the situation was critical. They no longer held back and used their armor souls to suppress the blood sacrifice sealed door on the chaotic tripartite formation. At the same time, the three of them used their full strength to maintain the chaotic tripartite formation, increasing its power by several times. With the support of the three of them, the trembling of the chaotic tripartite formation calmed down a little. Its originally dim surface was suffused with a rather dazzling light. Within the formation, Lu Hantian was like a madman as he constantly bombarded the chaotic tripartite formation. The blood sacrifice sealed door was also extremely powerful. In an instant, the pressure on Glan Haohai and the other two increased greatly. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads like soybeans. Old Gu, quickly kill Zhuowen and retreat immediately. The sudden burst of power from Lu Hantian shocked Glan Haohai and the other two. It was too terrifying. Even with the help of the chaotic tripartite formation, they were faintly unable to withstand it. If this situation continued, Lu Hantian would eventually break out of the formation. At that time, if Zhuowen was not completely dead, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Old Gu also knew the urgency of the matter. He looked down at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on one knee below. The coldness in his eyes grew thicker as he said indifferently, "Zhuowen, don't blame me if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." As he spoke, Old Gu clenched his right hand into a fist. Dense blood-red vines covered his right fist as he used the blood rush fist again. At this moment, Zhuowen's consciousness was already blurry. He could barely sense what was happening outside. He only felt pain, a burning pain all over his body. So tired. Zhuowen only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, almost drooping down as if they weighed a ton. Through the gaps in his eyelids, he could still see Old Gu diving down from above, getting closer and closer to him. Am I going to die? Am I going to die just like this? At the same time, he also saw Old Gu's blood rush fist. He was very clear about the might of the blood rush fist. In his current state, if he took this fist head-on, he would definitely die. He wanted to stand up, but the saber and sword elders pierced his abdomen with their saber and sword, ruthlessly suppressing him, making it impossible for him to stand up. In his current state, even if he moved, he would pull at the wound on his abdomen, tearing it open even wider and causing even more intense pain. However, Zhuowen was unwilling to accept this. He was unwilling to die just like this. Whoosh! Old Gu arrived in an instant. He looked down at the youth kneeling on one knee in front of him. The sneer at the corner of his mouth deepened. The blood rush fist in his right fist was even more merciless as it smashed towards Zhuowen's head. With the might of the blood rush fist, this punch was enough to smash Zhuowen's head into a bloody mist. What a pity that such a genius is going to die just like this. That's right. He's only at the ultimate ninth wheel emperor realm, but he already has the power to fight against an ancient martial art practitioner from the Xuanzuan realm. This boy's potential is probably on par with the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao. The ancient martial art practitioners hiding in the shadows all shook their heads. They all sighed over Zhuowen's imminent death. Old Gu's blood rush fist was close at hand. They simply did not believe that Zhuowen had any chance of surviving. When the blood rush fist was only a few inches away from Zhuowen, almost within reach, the strong astral wind caused Zhuowen's black hair to flutter, disheveled and disheveled. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly surged out from Zhuowen's body. Then, a golden light as dazzling as the sun burst out from Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a little golden man, solemn and dignified. When the golden light appeared, old Gu's pupils shrank. He felt as if the blood-rush fist had sunk into the sea. It actually directly froze. Then, a huge force came over, causing old Gu to involuntarily retreat. Thump, thump, thump. After retreating dozens of steps, old Gu's eyes flashed. His face was filled with shock and doubt. He also did not expect that such an intense golden light would suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. Those who see my body will have the heart of Bodhi. Those who hear my name will break evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my Dharma will obtain great wisdom. Those who understand my heart will become Buddha. The moment the golden light burst out from Zhuowen's body, a solemn Sanskrit sound slowly resounded in the world. It was like rolling thunder that rushed into the clouds. An ordinary stone flew out from Zhuowen's chest and floated above Zhuowen's head. Countless golden lights burst out from it. This is a relic? Zhuowen lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the stone floating above his head. He could not help but mutter to himself. Wasn't this the relic that withered lamp Buddha had given him? Zhuowen knew that this relic had saved his life when he was on the verge of death. Boom! A terrifying Buddhist power surged out from the relic and turned into a golden light pillar that shot into the void. Instantly, the dark night sky was flooded by a golden sea. It was as if the entire world had been dyed golden at this moment. Those who see my body will have the heart of Bodhi. Those who hear my name will break evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my Dharma will obtain great wisdom. Those who understand my heart will become Buddha. The same Sanskrit sound echoed in the void, as if it was responding to the call of the relic. Then, a huge golden giant that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall stepped out from the void. This golden giant had 4 heads and 8 arms. It was indomitable, and its terrifying size seemed to be able to trample the entire world under its feet. It was extremely mighty and majestic. The statue of Akalanatha. Looking at the 4-headed and 8-armed giant that came from the void, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Wasn't this giant the famous deity of Buddhism, the Akalanatha? He had not expected that the relic on him would summon the Akalanatha. Whoosh! The huge Akalanatha looked down at Zhuowen quietly. Then, with a roar, it turned into a golden light and burrowed into Zhuowen's body. Instantly, the golden light around Zhuowen's body became even more dazzling. Sacrifice the relic and become the Akalanatha. This is Benefactor Zhuo's Dharma fate. Fate begins and ends in a single thought. The moment the Akalanatha burrowed into his body, a calm voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. It was the voice of the withered lamp Buddha. Crack! At the same time, the relic that was floating above Zhuowen's head shattered completely with a crack. Chapter 760. Transforming into the immovable wisdom king, the golden light gradually faded. Zhuowen was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. However, he no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he had 4 heads and 8 arms. His height had also increased by several times. He was now 30 feet tall, like a small hill. His golden surface was filled with terrifying power. This guy, his body changed again? Elder Gu, who had retreated dozens of steps, looked at the 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuowen. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 3-headed, 6-armed Zhuowen was already difficult enough to deal with. However, Zhuowen's body had changed again. He had turned into a 4-headed, 8-armed figure. Although his aura was still weak, it was much better than before. The 2 elders, one holding a saber and one sword, looked at Zhuowen, who had changed again. A trace of disbelief appeared on their faces. Let's go. The 2 elders looked at each other. They wanted to pull out the sword and saber that had pierced Zhuowen's abdomen. They wanted to get away from Zhuowen. You want to leave? Do you think that's possible? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Two golden arms shot out like two spiritual snakes and coiled around the saber and sword elders on both sides. Looking at the golden arms, the two elders' pupils shrank. They knew that they could not avoid it. They threw out a punch, hoping to block the attack of the golden arms. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out, followed by two cries of agony. The arms of the saber and sword elders had been broken by the terrifying power of the golden arm. While repelling the sword and saber elders, Zhuowen waved his hands, and the two elders were lifted up high in his hands. What? Zhuowen's strength has become so terrifying? Elder Gu's face was filled with shock as he looked at the two elders who were instantly captured. Zhuowen's strength was much stronger than before. The two elders were actually unable to withstand a single blow from him. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was unusually cold. If the saber and sword elders had not ambushed him, he would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. Zhuowen was very clear that if not for the sudden change in the Saraira at the last moment, blocking the ancient blood rush fist and stimulating all the Buddhist power in the Saraira, forcibly raising the level of Zhuowen's Nirvana Vairocana to the 4th level of Dharma fate, Zhuowen would have been doomed. Zhuowen, don't kill us, we're just following orders, spare our lives. The saber and sword elders were held in Zhuowen's hands, and his immense power suppressed them, making it so that they were powerless and unable to resist. Zhuowen's Nirvana Vairocana had broken through to the 4th level of Dharma at the critical moment of life and death. He had transformed into the Akalanatha Dharma body, and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Whether it was strength or reaction time, it was far more terrifying than the 3rd level of Nirvana. Now that Zhuowen was seriously injured, he could only use a portion of his strength. However, this portion of his strength was still able to suppress the saber and sword elders. It was clear how terrifying the 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuowen was. Zhuowen, let go of the saber and sword elders. They are the elders of the Feng family. Do you dare to kill them? Ancient Gu shouted sternly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's cold gaze turned slightly and immediately landed on Ancient Gu. A monstrous killing intent erupted from his eyes, as if it had materialized and was extremely terrifying. You think I don't dare to kill them? How laughable. You joined forces to bully me and kill me. Now that I, Zhuowen, have made a comeback, you think I shouldn't kill you? As he spoke, Zhuowen held the saber and sword elders with both hands and walked slowly towards Ancient Gu. He said word by word, Today I, Zhuowen, swear that as long as I am alive, the Feng family, Chao family, and Grand family will never have peace. Zhuowen walked step by step towards Ancient Gu. The aura on his body became more and more vast and sharp, and the killing intent filled the air. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have set off a powerful storm in the surroundings, causing Ancient Gu's pupils to shrink. He could not help but take a step back. As Zhuowen took a step forward, Ancient Gu could not help but take a step back. He took more than 10 steps back. I, Zhuowen, and the 3 families will not rest until one of us is dead. Either I, Zhuowen, die or the 3 families will be destroyed. We will not rest until one of us is dead. As he took the last step, the monstrous killing intent filled the entire sky, almost dispersing the endless dark clouds in the sky. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking suddenly rang out the moment Zhuowen took his last step. The saber and sword elders, who were held in Zhuowen's hands, rolled their dead fish eyes. Their heads were strangely twisted as they fell to the side, dead. Blood-sucking great art! Zhuowen muttered to himself. He immediately used the blood-sucking great art. The essence blood of the saber and sword elders of the Xuanzuan realm flowed into Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's pale face gradually became rosy. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Zhuowen's eyes were dyed red. The killing intent on his body became even more intense and terrifying, soaring into the sky. The resentment of the saber and sword elders faintly affected Zhuowen, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. Zhuowen did not stop this killing intent. At this moment, the anger in his chest could only be completely vented by killing. He wanted to kill everyone who deserved to be killed. Bang bang! The sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground slowly rang out on the somewhat quiet ground. At this moment, the saber and sword elders had almost turned into dried corpses. They were casually thrown to the ground, not far away by Zhuowen. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. The rain finally stopped, and the sound of rain also disappeared. However, the surroundings became even quieter. One could even hear the rapid breathing of many cultivators. Whether it was the cultivators hiding in the dark, Feng Tian, Chao Ji, or Lu Han Tian and Lu Nan Tian, they all stopped moving. It was as if time had stopped. Their gazes were no longer on each other. Instead, they fell on the courtyard, on the four-headed, eight-armed youth, and on the saber and sword elders, who had turned into dried corpses. Especially when they saw the still lifeless corpses of the saber and sword elders, everyone fell silent. Although the armor souls of the saber and sword elders were not strong, and they were considered weak cultivators in the Xuanzuan realm, they were still powerful cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. They had the terrifying power of the nascent soul realm. Now, in this ordinary courtyard, they had completely fallen at the hands of a young ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Two powerful cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm had died just like that. No one would be too calm. Dead. The saber and sword elders died just like that? In the dark, many cultivators licked their lips. Their voices were slightly trembling. This was too crazy. This was simply too crazy. Zhuowen was already extremely impressive for being able to resist the cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm as a ultimate emperor realm cultivator. However, not only had he done it now, but he had also killed two cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Haha! What nonsense are the five great clans! Even the Xuanzuan realm can't withstand a single blow. Lu Hantian, who was trapped in the chaotic tripartite formation, finally revealed a relaxed smile when he saw Zhuowen suddenly explode and kill the saber and sword elders. He looked at Grand Haohai and the other two outside the formation and mocked them without holding back. Grand Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji's expressions were extremely gloomy. The deaths of the saber and sword elders were also beyond their expectations. They had originally thought that Zhuowen was dead for sure. However, they had not expected that the strange body tempering technique that Zhuowen cultivated would actually make a breakthrough before he died. His strength increased greatly, and he was able to kill the saber and sword elders. In the courtyard, Elder Gu's eyes flickered. He actually retreated quietly. The scene of Zhuowen killing the saber and sword elders with a single blow was still vivid in his mind. Although the saber and sword elders were much weaker than him, it was not that easy to kill them as easily as Zhuowen. At least in terms of strength, Zhuowen was much stronger than him. Pu Qi. Zhuowen quickly pulled out the saber and sword from his abdomen. The might of these two saber and sword were extraordinary. Even when Zhuowen transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form, his physical body was unparalleled. However, the saber and sword could still pierce through his body, showing how sharp they were. Two of Zhuowen's 8 arms were empty. They did not have any weapons, so they could be used in place of a spear for now. The saber and sword elders are already dead. It's time for you to be buried with them. After pulling out the saber and sword, Zhuowen's strong physical body quickly healed the wound on his abdomen. Then, he turned around and stared at Elder Gu. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Elder Gu, who was retreating, stiffened. His eyes flickered as he snorted coldly. Do you think that I'm trash like the saber and sword elders? It's not that easy to bury me with them. I'm afraid that you will be the one buried with them. Then why did you retreat just now? Aren't you afraid? Zhuowen slowly walked toward Elder Gu. The mocking smile on his face intensified. A monstrous murderous aura burst out from his body, causing Zhuowen's clothes and hair to flutter even though there was no wind. He looked like a demon or a god, majestic and awe-inspiring. Ridiculous. Do you think that I'm afraid? Elder Gu sneered. He waved his right hand and countless blood-colored vines swept toward Zhuowen from all directions. Whoosh! The moment Elder Gu used the blood-colored vines, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he fled in another direction under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you really think that these blood-colored vines can buy you time? Through the gaps between the blood-colored vines, Zhuowen naturally saw Old Man Gu fleeing without a fight. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he waved his 8 arms at the same time. 8 strands of concept energy erupted, forming a series of explosions in the surroundings. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding terrifying and ferocious blood-colored vines had all collapsed and turned into fine powder. Zhuowen took a step forward and his entire body transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the fleeing Elder Gu. 3 pairs of lightning wings, open up! Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings. His speed soared to the limit and he shot out as though he had teleported. He arrived behind Elder Gu in an instant and his 8 arms suddenly swung out. Block it! Elder Gu's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhuowen chasing after him. He hurriedly turned around and waved his hand. Countless blood-colored vines swept out once again and formed a dense cluster of blood-colored vines in front of him. Break! Chapter 761. The 5 fallen mystic venerables. A terrifying ring-shaped airwave spread out in the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble and crack. Under this force, Gu Gu and the blood-red vine were completely annihilated. Hiss! 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 Everyone gasped as they stared in disbelief at the figure that was still standing in the void. What a terrifying power! Elder Gu was an expert of the Xuanzuan realm, but he was annihilated by this power. Zhuowen was too monstrous. His physical strength alone was already at a level that others could only look up to. After killing Elder Gu, Zhuowen took a step forward and charged toward Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian was currently being attacked by 2 other Xuanzuan realm elders and was barely holding on. Run! Don't fight this kid head-on. The 2 Xuanzuan realm elders naturally saw the scene of Elder Gu being annihilated by Zhuowen. Elder Gu was stronger than the 2 of them. If even Elder Gu had died at the hands of Zhuowen, needless to say, they were no match for him. Run? Is it really that easy? A thunderous roar came from the sky. Zhuowen had 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. He looked like a deity as he instantly blocked the path of one of the fleeing old men. His 8 arms smashed down on the old man. Damn it! Block it for me! The elder had a pointy mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and a goatee. The sole armor on his body was a pitch-black cheetah. At this moment, he was commanding the cheetah to pounce toward Zhuowen. Break! Zhuowen was expressionless as his 8 arms fell heavily on the cheetah's body. With a loud explosion, the cheetah let out a mournful cry and shattered into countless pieces. Ah! After shattering the cheetah's body, a terrifying power spread out and landed on the body of the pointy-mouthed elder, causing him to let out a mournful cry and explode into a bloody mist. Zhuowen waved his right hand and the power of the pointy-mouthed elder's blood essence was directly absorbed by Zhuowen, nourishing his body. Zhuowen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the monkey-faced old man die in Zhuowen's hands just like that, the tall old man fled in another direction. The fear on his face became even more intense, and his speed increased by a few notches. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. His strength was about the same as the monkey-faced old man. Even the monkey-faced old man was no match for Zhuowen, let alone him. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and ruthless. There was no way that Zhuowen would let them off. Since you're already here, you might as well stay here forever. Why run? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His 3 pairs of lightning wings unfolded, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning. In the time of 5 breaths, he finally caught up to the tall old man. Similarly, with a single move, the old man didn't even let out a groan before exploding into a bloody mist. The abundant power of the blood essence filled Zhuowen's body with explosive power. The aura in his body increased by several times. With a loud explosion, Zhuowen's aura became unprecedentedly powerful. Just one more step and I'll be able to advance from the pinnacle of the 9-wheel Emperor realm to the half-step Xuanzuan realm. After absorbing the power of the blood essence of 5 Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioners, Zhuowen's aura was now terrifyingly powerful. Zhuowen had a premonition that if he absorbed the blood essence of one more Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioner, he would be able to successfully break through to the half-step Xuanzuan realm. What a terrifying aura of resentment! It's actually faintly affecting my mind. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet like a wild beast. They were filled with brutality and killing intent. If someone who wasn't resolute met Zhuowen's gaze, they would probably be frightened. These blood-red eyes didn't seem like the eyes of a human at all. They were filled with too many negative emotions and revealed too much killing intent. He was like a bloodthirsty beast. Fortunately, the demon-suppressing green coffin on Zhuowen's back was continuously absorbing the terrifying aura of resentment in Zhuowen's body. Otherwise, the aura of resentment of 5 Xuanzuan realm ancient martial art practitioners would be extremely terrifying. Even if Zhuowen had a strong will, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. At this point, apart from Elder Fu, who was trapped by the infinite sword formation, the other 5 Xuanzuan realm elders had all died. They had all died at the hands of Zhuowen alone. This is so powerful. Lu Nanshan's mouth was slightly agape as he watched Zhuowen kill the 2 elders who had besieged him. In the end, this was the only sentence that could express the shock in his heart. Relying on the cultivation of an ultimate 9th wheel emperor to kill 5 Xuanzuan realm beginner stage ancient martial art practitioners in one fell swoop. Such a magnificent feat was simply too terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps only the mysterious Qing Yan of the Azure Dragon sub-temple and the domineering and ruthless Huang Fu Wudao of the imperial family could achieve such a feat now. There was one more such person, and that was a young man who had come from Qin County, one of the 8 counties outside the imperial capital county. His name was Zhuowen. There was no doubt that after tonight, Zhuowen's reputation would spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial city, and even the imperial capital, and even the entire Qing Xian Empire. Tonight's battle undoubtedly proved just how powerful and terrifying the potential of an unknown youth like Zhuowen was. Lan Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji all turned ghastly pale. They silently stared at the 4-headed, 8-armed youth who stood in the air like a god. This time, they had sent out over 30 ultimate 9th wheel emperor experts and 6 beginner stage Xuanzuan realm elders to deal with Zhuowen, who was only an ultimate 9th wheel emperor. Initially, they had thought that this mission would be a surefire success. With the lineup they had sent out, even a mid-stage mystique venerable realm powerhouse would not be able to escape, let alone a late-stage ultimate emperor realm powerhouse. However, the final result was out of everyone's expectations. Over 30 ultimate 9th wheel emperor experts had all died, and 5 of the 6 Xuanzuan realm elders had died. The only survivor, Elder Fu, had been trapped by Zhuowen's infinite sword formation. Without a doubt, the mission this time had failed. Lan Haohai and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. What made their expressions even uglier was that their 3 clans had already formed a deep enmity with Zhuowen. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Now, the natural talent and strength that Zhuowen revealed had already caused the 3 of them to be shocked in their hearts. They were truly unable to imagine that if this kid really matured and attained the 4th Exalt realm, then he would probably take revenge on their 3 great clans. This was a potential threat, and if he truly matured, this potential threat would be fatal. The three patriarchs wanted nothing more than to personally come down and kill Zhuowen. However, they could not and did not dare to do so right now. This was because the chaotic tripartite formation required the three of them to maintain it. If any one of them left, Lu Hantian would be able to break out of the formation easily. At that time, the three of them would probably be the ones to suffer. Therefore, the three patriarchs could only stand outside the chaotic tripartite formation and silently watch as the elites and elders of their clans were slaughtered one by Zhuowen. The three of them could still accept the fact that over 30 ultimate ninth wheel emperor experts had been killed. After all, with the resources of their three clans, it would not be too difficult to nurture more ultimate ninth wheel emperor experts. However, the elders of the Xuanzuan realm had also been completely wiped out. Their hearts ached faintly, and their hatred for Zhuowen grew even stronger. The cultivation of Xuanzuan realm cultivators could not be done with sufficient resources. This was because advancing from the ultimate emperor realm to the Xuanzuan realm required comprehension and cultivation. If your comprehension and cultivation were not sufficient, you would not be able to reach the Xuanzuan realm, no matter how many resources you had. Among the three clans, the number of Xuanzuan realm cultivators could be counted on two hands. This number could be said to be extremely rare. Now that they had lost two, it could be said to be a heavy loss for them. Zhuowen, you little bastard, our three clans will never let you off. No one will be able to save you in the future. Grand Haohai roared angrily. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Ha ha! Zhuowen laughed. His laughter was extremely deranged. He stared coldly at Grand Haohai as if he was looking at an idiot. He said word by word, "You old bastard Grand, when did I, Zhuowen, ever provoke your Grand family? We did not even have a deep grudge before. It was only a marriage contract that brought us together a little. But is this a big deal? It shouldn't be. But because of this small marriage contract, your Grand family first came to break off the engagement. Of course, I, Zhuowen, did not care about this marriage. I agreed to break off the engagement, so I wrote a letter of divorce. But you did not accept it, causing our Zhuo family to have nothing. You wanted to destroy the marriage contract. Later on, because of Big Brother Hantian, we came to an agreement. That was the battle for the Azure Emperor rankings. But that bitch from your clan, Grand Haohai, did not keep her promise. She openly attacked me in the Peach Blossom origin map and tried to take my life. She even spoke rudely to me like a shrew. I accept all of this. After all, the final results of the Azure Emperor rankings have not been released yet. I, Zhuowen, am not in a hurry. Tomorrow is the day of the conferred marquee battle. On the eve of the conferred marquee battle, you joined forces with the Feng and Chao clans and sent out such a large group to encircle a mere ultimate emperor realm cultivator like me. At this point, Zhuowen raised his head. His eyes were filled with sharpness as he stared indifferently at Grand Haohai. He said, "From the beginning to the end, when have you, Grand Haohai, ever intended to let me, Zhuowen, off?" Grand Haohai's face stiffened when he heard these words. Zhuowen was right. He, Zhuowen, had never provoked the Grand family. On the contrary, it was the Grand family who had forced Zhuowen time and time again, even wanting to take his life. Countless warriors who were hiding in the dark also had a look of realization in their eyes. If what Zhuowen said was true, the Grand family was really despicable and shameless. And now you're telling me that you will never let me off? Chapter 762. Elder Fu's fear. Once those words were spoken, Grand Haohai's expression immediately darkened. Zhuowen actually dared to speak to him in such a manner before the gazes of the crowd. This caused Grand Haohai's killing intent towards Zhuowen to become even denser. "Little bastard! Who do you think you are? To me, you and your Zhuo family are just lowly ants. What right do you have to speak to me like this?" Grand Haohai snorted coldly. His voice was as bone-chilling as winter. "Ha ha! In any case, I, Zhuowen, have already sworn that I, Zhuowen, will not let your Grand family, Feng family, and Chao family off. As long as I, Zhuowen, am alive, I will not rest until I'm dead. Unless you can kill me in advance. Zhuowen straightened his back and raised his head. He looked at Grand Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji fearlessly. There was no fear in his eyes. Zhuowen, good job. I don't like these three families either. When the time comes, we'll turn them upside down. Within the chaotic tripartite formation, Lu Hantian chuckled. After all, he was trapped by Grand Haohai and the other two with the chaotic tripartite formation as soon as he appeared. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger in his heart. Naturally, he wanted to settle the score with the three of them. Hearing Lu Hantian's words, Grand Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji's faces instantly turned ugly. After all, Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerable realm expert. If he went to their families to make trouble, they would really have a headache. Big brother Hantian. No need. I, Zhuowen, will personally visit the three families in the future. I, Zhuowen, will take revenge for today's grudge one by one. Zhuowen shook his head, his voice extremely cold. Although using Lu Hantian to take revenge on the three great clans would be effective immediately, the three great clans had been established in the imperial city for many years, and Lu Hantian was not a lone wolf. There was no need for him to offend the three great clans for her. Lu Hantian furrowed his brows, but after thinking about it, he understood what Zhuowen meant. He nodded his head and said, "Since you have made up your mind, Big Brother will not forcefully change your mind. However, before you grow up, I won't let those three old fellows touch you. If they dare to touch you again, I don't mind touching their family's younger generation, hee." Hearing this, Grand Haohai and the other two's pupils shrank. Lu Hantian's words were a naked threat. In other words, if they dared to touch Zhuowen again, Lu Hantian would use the same method to kill their family's juniors. Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a heavenly venerate? Let me tell you, it's not like our family doesn't have any heavenly venerate. Hearing Lu Hantian's naked threat, Feng Tian could not help but retort in a gloomy voice. I want to kill your family's juniors. Do you think that a heavenly venerate can stop me? Lu Hantian crossed his arms and laughed mockingly. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, but he did not refute. Lu Hantian was right. If he insisted on killing their family's juniors, even a heavenly venerate would not be able to stop him. Boom! Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the huge dome formed by the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Then, the cracks continued to expand in front of everyone's eyes before finally collapsing completely. Whoosh! A slightly battered figure stepped on a huge black python that was hundreds of feet long and flew out of the collapsing sword light. Wasn't that Elder Fu, who was trapped by Zhuowen's Heaven's Bane at the beginning? Zhuowen! You little bastard! Today, I'll skin you alive and hack you into pieces. At that moment, Elder Fu's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. He looked dispirited, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Elder Fu roared angrily as soon as he came out. Zhuowen's Heaven's Bane had put him in such a sorry state. Elder Fu's heart was already filled with rage. He was determined to pull out Zhuowen's tendons and peel off his bones so that he would die in pain. Over there. You're dead this time, little bastard. Elder Fu did not see the corpses of his 5 companions when he came out. Instead, he locked his gaze on Zhuowen, who had grown 4 heads and 8 arms. He was furious. Whoosh! Elder Fu stomped on the ground and commanded the onyx python to dash toward Zhuowen as fast as lightning with an aggressive aura. Elder Fu! No, come back quickly. Zhuowen is not someone you can handle. Seeing that Elder Fu, who had just broken through the dome, was charging toward Zhuowen, Grand Haohai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stopped him. Elder Fu was an elder of the Grand Family, and he was stronger than the 5 elders from before. He was already a martial artist who was half a step into the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Even so, after witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, Grand Haohai knew that Elder Fu was no match for Zhuowen. After the Nirvana Vairocana had broken through to the 4th level of Dharma, Zhuowen's physical strength had reached its peak. He probably had the strength to fight a martial artist of the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. His strength was much more terrifying than Elder Fu's. "Don't worry, family head. This time, I'll definitely bring you this little bastard's head." Elder Fu did not slow down when he heard Grand Haohai's shout. Instead, he sped up. Although he had some doubts about Grand Haohai's words, he believed in his own strength more. Zhuowen was merely an ultimate 9-wheel emperor. How could such a person compare to him? In front of a mystique venerate, Zhuowen was as insignificant and weak as an ant. "Little bastard, I think you'd better accept your fate. No one who offends the Grand Family will have a good ending. You'd better reflect on your stupidity when you meet the King of Hell in the underworld." In an instant, Elder Fu arrived above Zhuowen. The smile on his face grew wider. He waved his right hand, and the huge black python under his feet roared and opened its bloody mouth. It enveloped Zhuowen, wanting to swallow him whole. This idiot, seeing that the black python and Zhuowen were about to collide, Grand Haohai's face darkened to the extreme. He could not help but curse in a low voice. Elder Fu's position in the Grand Family was not low. Furthermore, he had been an elder for 2 generations. He was a person of virtue and prestige. Grand Haohai was in a dilemma at this moment. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen looked up at the black python that was getting closer and closer. He slowly extended a golden palm and met it head-on without any fancy move. Roar! A hysterical cry suddenly rang out, following which, the huge black python was actually caught in Zhuowen's hand. Then, Zhuowen extended his other hand and placed it on the python's jaw. His hands suddenly spread open, and the black python's jaw let out a piercing sound of shattering, following which, its jaw drooped down powerlessly. It could not even close its mouth. The smile on Elder Fu's face suddenly froze. His face twitched as he watched Zhuowen break the black python's jaw with his bare hands. His eyes were filled with shock. The black python was known for its great strength. Just one leap was enough to lift a cauldron. Especially the strength of its jaw, which was even more terrifying. It could bite an entire mountain into pieces. But now, the bite that the black python was most proud of was like a toy in Zhuowen's hands. Could not even withstand a single blow. "Did you just say that you want me to accept my fate?" Zhuowen slowly raised one of his hands. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he suddenly punched out. It directly landed on the black python's huge head. Poochie! A ring-shaped airwave spread out. The force of Zhuowen's fist directly penetrated the black python's head. A terrifying cloud of blood burst out, causing the black python to let out another miserable cry. "You also said that you want me to go to hell and reflect on my actions?" As he spoke, Zhuowen punched out again. Golden light shot out, and the scales on the black python's body all shattered. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. "And you also said that I was stupid." As he spoke, Zhuowen bent his body like a bow and his feet like an arrow. He gathered all the strength in his body on his knees. With a stomp of his feet, Zhuowen's terrifying knee landed heavily on the black python's body. Roar! An extremely long and mournful cry rang out again. It continuously reverberated between heaven and earth. Then it completely stopped. There was no sound at all. Under Zhuowen's heavy knee strike, the black python's entire body completely shattered. It turned into countless drops of blood that poured down in torrents. Elder Fu continuously retreated. He stared at the countless drops of blood in front of him in a daze. His mouth was slightly open, but he could not say anything. Is this young man really a ultimate Emperor Realm warrior? Why is his strength so terrifying? His armor soul, the black python, had actually been beaten to death by Zhuowen right in front of him. As soon as the black python died, Elder Fu suddenly came to his senses. At the same time, he realized that the other 5 elders had not appeared at all. An ominous premonition surfaced in his mind. Looking around, Elder Fu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the other 5 elders who had come with him to encircle Zhuowen were all lying in the courtyard below. There was no sign of life. They were clearly all dead. They're all dead? Could it be that Zhuowen killed them all? Elder Fu's entire body trembled as he looked at the 5 elders' corpses scattered in the courtyard. Thinking back to what Grand Haohai had warned him at the beginning, he finally had to believe that Zhuowen had the terrifying strength to kill Xuanzuan realm warriors. How is this possible? An ultimate 9th wheel emperor actually slaughtered 5 mystique, venerable realm martial artists in a row. That's impossible. Elder Fu's eyes were glazed over as he started babbling nonsense. It should be the 6th. Don't leave yourself out. A cold voice suddenly came from afar. Zhuowen instantly appeared in front of Elder Fu and reached out with his right hand, wanting to completely grab Elder Fu. Elder Fu instantly woke up from his daze. Looking at the palm that was getting closer and closer, he roared loudly. Countless amounts of origin energy poured out in an attempt to block the palm that was getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, Elder Fu's armor soul had been broken. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The defense formed in front of him was like a piece of paper in Zhuowen's eyes. Crack! Chapter 763. Half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, Elder Fu's teeth chattered and his pupils constricted when he felt the chill on his neck. Zhuowen had captured him with a flip of his hand. That was too terrifying. Zhuowen, I'm an elder of the Glan family. Do you dare to kill me? Elder Fu screamed in fear at the brink of death. Idiot! I've already killed the other 5 elders. Do you think I'll care about you? The smile on Zhuowen's face grew colder. These Xuanzuan realm elders all thought highly of themselves. In their hearts they only wanted to kill him, Zhuowen. Shouldn't Zhuowen kill them? It was truly laughable. Zhuowen, you'd better let Elder Fu go. Otherwise, even if I can't deal with you, can you guarantee that the Zhuo family will be safe? Grand Haohai's gaze turned even gloomier. Elder Fu had been in the Grand family for a very long time. He had been an elder for 2 generations, and his seniority was very high. Moreover, when Grand Haohai was still weak, Elder Fu had taught him. Now that he saw Elder Fu being held in Zhuowen's hand, how could Elder Fu be in a good mood? Are you threatening me with the Zhuo family? Zhuowen's voice suddenly turned cold. How dare Elder Fu threaten him with the Zhuo family in front of him? That had crossed Zhuowen's bottom line. Family was Zhuowen's reverse scale. If anyone used the Zhuo family to threaten Zhuowen, they would undoubtedly cross Zhuowen's reverse scale. Humph. The Zhuo family is as weak as an ant. I think you'd better think carefully. Don't destroy the Zhuo family because of a moment of impulse. Elder Fu snorted coldly. His gaze grew even colder. Good, good, good. How dare you threaten my Zhuo family? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhuowen's voice was as cold as ever as he exerted force with his right hand. Elder Fu let out a muffled groan and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately, surging blood essence energy flowed from Elder Fu's body into Zhuowen's. Elder Fu was the most powerful of the 6 elders, and the power of his essence blood was the most abundant. When Zhuowen absorbed all of Elder Fu's essence blood and converted it into his own origin energy, Zhuowen let out a roar, and an even more terrifying aura burst forth. This aura was so strong that it almost turned into a pillar of light. It had the power to pierce through the sky and shake the heavens and the earth. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that this kid is about to advance? Countless cultivators looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure that was bursting with countless rays of white light. Zhuowen's cultivation had risen from the late stage to the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm after absorbing the essence blood of more than 39 ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Now that he had absorbed the essence blood of 6 Xuanzuan realm cultivators, the energy in his body was so abundant that it was almost shocking. In an instant, his aura broke through the shackles of the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. Elder Fu's dead body and Zhuowen's body were covered in white light. His expression was ugly as he stared at the dead Elder Fu. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. If it weren't for the fact that he had to control the mixed yuan tripartite formation, Elder Fu would have personally killed that little bastard Zhuowen long ago. Just as everyone raised their heads in anticipation, thinking that Zhuowen would finally break through to the Xuanzuan realm, the pillar of light that pierced through the sky actually slowly dimmed. In the end, it retreated into Zhuowen's body. In the end, Zhuowen didn't succeed in his breakthrough. No nascent soul descended from the sky. Zhuowen's current situation was extremely similar to Qin Yan's situation in the throne room. He had failed his first breakthrough, so he should be half a step into the Xuanzuan realm right now. However, with the experience of failing his first breakthrough, his chances of success when he tried to break through to the Xuanzuan realm for the second time would undoubtedly increase greatly. The pillar of light disappeared, and Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of disappointment in his gaze. In fact, after absorbing all of Elder Fu's essence and blood, Zhuowen immediately tried to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. However, the result was rather disappointing. He didn't succeed in breaking through. Shaking his head, Zhuowen didn't care too much. Although he had failed to break through to the Xuanzuan realm, he had at least reached half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Although he had narrowly escaped death from the 3 great clans tonight, Zhuowen had also gained a lot. Not only had he broken through to the 4th level of the nirvana of the Great Sun at the brink of death, but he had also broken through to the 4th level of the Dharma realm. Furthermore, he had relied on the blood essence of more than 30 ultimate 9 Emperor realm and 6 mystique Venerable realm elders to raise his cultivation from late-stage ultimate 9 Emperor realm to half-step mystique Venerable realm. He was only half a step away from mystique Venerable realm. Once I reach the Xuanzuan realm, I will be able to materialize Xiao He. I wonder how powerful Xiao He will be after materializing? Thinking of Little Black's mysterious origin and the fact that Little Black's quality was even above the 9th grade dragon soul, Zhuowen was looking forward to it. If Little Black really materialized, what kind of power would it possess? After all, a dragon soul was extremely powerful. It was many times more powerful than an ordinary armor soul. Even Qin Yan only had a 3rd grade dragon soul in his body. However, if Qin Yan reached the Xuanzuan realm, with the help of a 3rd grade dragon soul materialization, his combat strength would completely crush cultivators of the same level. In the Xuanzuan realm, he would be invincible. Perhaps only the supreme stage cultivators, who were 1 level higher than the Xuanzuan realm, would be able to suppress Qin Yan, who had a 3rd grade dragon soul. On the other hand, Blackie was in existence that was even higher than a rank 9 dragon soul. If he really did advance to mystique venerable rank, he would probably immediately possess the combat strength of a venerable rank. He might even be able to fight against a golden venerable rank powerhouse. After all, in the history of Ryuka, once the Ryuka patriarchs with 9th grade dragon souls awakened their 9th grade dragon souls and their cultivation reached the 4th supreme stage, they would be invincible among cultivators of the same level. This was also why the Ryuka was so prosperous 10,000 years ago. The most fundamental reason was that almost every patriarch would awaken a top-notch 9th grade dragon soul. Once such a monstrous genius grew up, they would be extremely terrifying. Once the dragon soul was awakened, they would be invincible among cultivators of the same level. It was because of this terrifying dragon soul that the Ryuka was able to rule the eastern lands for so long. If not for the terrifying calamity 10,000 years ago, and the Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack, the Ryuka would not have declined. After reaching the half-step Xuanzuan realm, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Grand Haohai and the other two who were presiding over the chaotic tripartite formation. "Big brother Hantian, let me give you a hand." Zhuowen laughed loudly. With a stomp of his foot, the fourth stage of the Great Sun Nirvana realm was activated. 4 heads and 8 arms were revealed, and in an instant, he reached the blood sacrifice seal above the chaotic tripartite formation. "Little bastard! You dare?" Seeing Zhuowen standing above the blood sacrifice seal, Grand Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Zhi's expressions changed greatly. Now, the 3 of them were in a deadlock with Lu Hantian by relying on the chaotic tripartite formation. If Zhuowen were to interfere, it was very likely that the deadlock between them would be broken. This was like a balance scale. If one side fell into a feather as light as a goose's feather, it would immediately cause the balance to tilt. Now, Zhuowen was like that feather. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as high as Grand Haohai and the other two, if he were to add fuel to the fire on the blood sacrifice seal, it would completely break the deadlock between the two sides. "Little bastard! Get out of my way!" Grand Haohai's right-hand seal changed and pointed a finger at Zhuowen's back. A green energy swept out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and his 8 arms went up to meet the attack. Only a slight explosion was heard. Zhuowen's pupils shrank and he retreated continuously. His 8 arms were slightly numb. Grand Haohai was indeed a golden venerable expert. Just a casual attack was enough to make Zhuowen, who was in a 4-headed and 8-armed state, retreat continuously. Even his arms were numb because of it. "It's not that easy to stop me." Zhuowen opened his 8 arms again. At the same time, countless amounts of mental strength swept out and turned into countless mental storms around his body. They all blasted on the energy. Bang! In an instant, the energy was broken by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen rushed toward the blood sacrifice seal again. His 8 arms slammed on the top of the blood sacrifice seal. A terrifying force erupted and the surrounding air waves spread out. Rumble! Zhuowen's attack caused the entire chaotic tripartite array to tremble violently again. Lu Hantian, who was inside the array, also knew that this was an opportunity. He quickly unleashed his strength and attacked from the inside with all his strength. Suddenly, the chaotic tripartite array trembled even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. Grand Haohai's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and he was extremely hateful in his heart. If it wasn't for him placing most of his strength on the chaotic tripartite formation, then he would have been able to kill Zhuowen with a single move when he flashed towards the sealed door. "Patriarch Grant, the chaotic tripartite array can't hold on for too long. We must leave now. Otherwise, when Lu Hantian comes out, it will be too late for us to leave." Feng Tian and Chao Zhi's faces changed drastically when they felt the chaotic tripartite array trembling even more violently. They turned to look at Grand Haohai and shouted in unison. Grand Haohai stared at the chaotic tripartite array that was about to collapse. He clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As he spoke, Grand Haohai, Feng Tian and Chao Zhi immediately turned into 3 streaks of light. They directly abandoned the chaotic tripartite array and rushed towards the distance, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Zhuowen quietly stared at the 3 figures that had disappeared. His eyes were filled with indifference. Feng family, Chao family and Grant family. He, Zhuowen, would not let today's enmity go so easily. There would be plenty of time in the future. Rumble! A loud sound was heard. The chaotic tripartite array finally collapsed completely under Lu Hantian's wild attack. Lu Hantian leapt out of the range of the array. Those 3 old bastards fled faster than dogs. After walking out of the array, Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was no trace of Grand Haohai and the other 2. He could not help but snort coldly. After cursing inwardly, Lu Hantian stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. He laughed loudly and said, "Zhuowen, you're really something? I really did not expect that you were actually hiding such a terrifying strength. Even the 6 elders of the Xuanzuan realm were killed by you. I'm afraid that in a few days, tonight's deeds will spread throughout the imperial capital. At that time, you'll be famous. Zhuowen shrugged and said, Big brother Hantian, don't make fun of this little brother. If it wasn't for the fact that I had a slight breakthrough in a matter of life and death, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to see me now. Haha, as the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Kid, you've gained a lot of benefits tonight. In tomorrow's conferred marquee battle, you'll definitely enter the top 3. Come, let's go back to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Lu Hantian was obviously very happy. He hugged Zhuowen and led Lu Nantian back to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.